Okay, then I guess we can start. We can maybe close the doors, if that's a thing. Okay, so dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, partners, supporters, and most prominently young people from the Western Balkans, all over the region. Well, my job here today is nothing than just claim the start and the beginning of Peace Week 2023 here in Albania. And this is an initiative organized by the UN Association Albania with our partners from the UN Associations of Serbia and UN Association of North Macedonia. Well, this year, the Peace Week is an activity that we claim to build on the last year's success. We want to have more than 25 speakers, trainers, experts, and institutional representatives, and more than 200 young people reach throughout our activities, not only in Tirana, but spread around the country. Organized under its Skills for Peace theme, this week intends nothing less than to build people-to-people trust. That, we're sure, will lead to new ideas and new opportunities for collective action on peace building and reconciliation in the Western Balkans. Now, I know today here we have participants also from far away, such as Bosnia and Herzegovina, and what I mean by far away is not distance, but rather time we need to spend traveling on Balkan roads. So thank you for coming here, thank you for trusting us, UN associations, and thank you for entrusting this program as an opportunity to open new paths of cooperation and new paths for collective action. So thank you to you, and thank you to our partners and supporters, without whom this week, this program, and us gathering here today would have been much harder. So not to last too long, I just want to conclude with one key element here. And my conviction is that peace is not a gift, but is rather a choice. Indeed, it's a hard and it has to be a resilient choice. But I believe that us here and our peers following us online have already made this choice, but we're not done. It's up to us to convince and to talk and to network and to activate all our partners, our peers, our institutional representatives, our policymakers to join us in this long road. So take the challenge, and thank you for joining us, and let's declare this Peace Week open. And as I mentioned, without our partners and supporters, it would have been harder to be here today. So one by one, I'd like to give them the floor to greet us, to greet you, and to show us how peace and youth has also relevance for them. So let me start with Mr. Kristi Cina, the President of the UN Association in Albania. Kristi, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and friends of peace, it brings me immense pleasure and pride to stand here today as we usher in the second edition of the Peace Week, an event that encapsulates our shared commitment to fostering peace, not just in Albania, but globally. This initiative, born out of the efforts of the United Nations Association in 2022, has been embraced and enhanced this year through the unwavering support of the United Nations Association of Sweden and the Western Balkans Fund. We are deeply indebted to their belief in our mission and their instrumental contribution to this special week. At the core of Peace Week is a vision, a rallying cry to mobilize an area of stakeholders converging their efforts towards peace building and sustaining peace. This convergence is more crucial than ever, especially when we witness a world often fractured by events that challenge the very foundations of peace and security. Our endeavor is not just to highlight the problems, but to showcase tangible, actionable solutions by spotlighting initiatives that have been working tirelessly throughout the year. It is indeed fortuitous that Peace Week 2023 coincides with the UN Week in Albania. This alliance magnifies the scope, significance, and reach of our endeavors. To the UN country team in Albania and to the resident coordinator, we offer our profound thanks for integrating this initiative into their calendars of activities. Our association, dear friends, has always recognized the pivotal role of youth in forging a peaceful future. Since 2021, we have been resolutely working to embed the youth peace and security agenda, not just in Albania, but also across the region. As we step into our third year and third project centered around these vital themes, Peace Week stands testament to our unwavering commitment. It fills me with immense joy to state that this edition of Peace Week has garnered even greater momentum. We await enlightening interactions with a diverse display of speakers and trainers, all poised to delve deep into pressing issues, insights, and innovations from today until Saturday. As you have heard, the crown jewel of our week in Tirana is the Western Balkans Youth Forum. I'm thrilled to welcome approximately 40 young people from the entirety of the Western Balkans. These participants will immerse themselves in constructive dialogues, partake in engaging practical exercises orchestrated by the talented team at Rational Games, and collaboratively will craft the Declaration on Skills for Peace, which will serve as one of the bases for our future advocacy initiatives. Yet the spirit of Peace Week extends beyond the Youth Peace Forum and beyond Tirana. Parallel events will be implemented in Tropoja, Lej, Pogradec, and Kucova. Here, young innovators will breathe life into local initiatives, all sparked during our earlier local peace workshops. By addressing contemporary issues like cyberbullying, inequalities, and the interplay of sports and arts with youth peace and security, they infuse unique insights into their communities, amplifying the essence of Peace Week. Our journey is supported by a multitude of partners. I wish to extend a word thank you to the UNAs of North Macedonia and Serbia, to the Regional Youth Cooperation Office, to the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs, and to the myriad of local CSOs who have expressed their interest in consolidating a national network of YPS in Albania. In the world of the inspirational Malala, when the whole world is silent, even one voice becomes powerful. It's the voice of our youth, a clarion call for peace and security. In conclusion, I invite each one of you to engage, reflect, and act. Peace cannot be a distant dream. It's a reality we create step by step, day by day. Together, let's make Peace Week 2023 a beacon of hope, unity, and positive transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. And now I'd like to give the floor to an individual and institutional representative who have always shown great respect for the UNAs, but always has been a strong promoter of engaging the UN here in Albania in a dialogue with civil society and especially youth. So, Your Excellency, Ms. Fiona McClooney, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure to be here. I'm delighted to be here and to welcome you, and to welcome you to this space. I understand you've come from all over the Western Balkans, and a space which is here to promote dialogue and trust building amongst young people. And let me thank the organizers for making these discussions possible. As you know, the United Nations constitutes the main fora for dialogue, conflict resolution, and peace building amongst parties. And the UN Charter is our roadmap for a more peaceful world. The principles that are set out in the Charter are our manual, our how to do to address conflict and resolve conflict. These are all quite theoretical concepts, but right at the moment, Albania sits on the United Nations Security Council, and you'll hear more from my colleague from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who I hope will talk about the role that they're currently playing in attempting to put into practice these principles of peace building. Secretary General Gutierrez recently was at the ceremony of the Peace Bell. The Peace Bell is a very big object on the UN grounds, which is there to remind us of the importance of peace. Every year he has a ceremony where he rings the bell and he makes a few important statements. He quoted this year the following: "Peace is a job that belongs to each and every one of us. Today, peace is under assault across countries and regions in the world and within the hearts and minds of people by dark forces of disinformation and hate speech. Drop by drop, the poison of war is affecting our world, eroding human rights and the security and well-being of all people. This is reversing hard-won development gains. We can all do our part to change that, to nurture the seeds of hope by rallying together to tackle the common challenges we face." These are powerful words, and words I'm sure he feels very deeply in his heart as he, at the moment, moves from one side of the Middle East to the other in attempts to bring and resolve peaceful resolutions to the conflict that's going on there. And I'm sure this has touched you as it's touched me recently. And I want to just pick up something I took from my desk as I came to this meeting. I was reading through all my social media, getting more and more upset about what was going on globally, and I wrote down something to try and remind myself and center myself as I take on the facts of what's happening. And this is what it says: "Those of you who love peace must learn to organize as effectively as those who love war." And I think actually that's the essence of you coming together and the skills that I hope you're going to learn over this period that you're together this week. I have a few more things to say about the importance of the security resolution on youth, peace and security. It's important that young people have a key role in this issue. But most fundamentally, peace is the most important job that we have, and it's a responsibility of governments, but it's also a responsibility of all of us. The demographic significance of you as a youth, as a cohort, as a proportion of the global population means that you are active agents of change in this area. Part of my team here in UN Albania is working on understanding and transforming conflictual narratives in the Balkans, and we have one program that concentrates on that called Strengthening the Role of Youth in Promoting Increased Mutual Understanding, Constructive Narrative and Respect for Diversity and Trust in Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, North Macedonia, Serbia and Kosovo, which is supported by the Secretary General's Fund for Peace, which is called the United Nations Peacebuilding Fund. The purpose of this program is to empower young people to engage constructively on narratives. It's a regional program where different initiatives are being put forward across the conflicting lines in our region, and some positive messages around information and fighting hate speech amplified through those programs. I'm an optimist for the potential you have to create a peaceful world, and invite all of you to support and engage in these youth-led peace-building initiatives and make your voice count. I want also to emphasize the need for teaching and the skills you're going to learn on conflict resolution and the long-term benefits of these skills in reducing violence and promoting peaceful coexistence. Under the theme Skills for Peace, this week strives, I know, for safer, more peaceful and prosperous communities. And I am also happy, and join Christy in saying that I'm glad it's one of the activities that's also taking place during UN Week. As we generate a broader and deeper public support for our common values for peace, security, human rights and sustainable development here in Albania and more broadly in the region. I really wish you a very successful week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McLooney. And now I'd like to give the floor to our very dear institutional representative from the Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs, Ms. Ardiana Obdari, Director of Department for International Organizations.
Good afternoon. Thank you to all. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this event. As I was reading the event description, which was kindly sent to me by Christy, peace has also developed from a narrow definition of the absence of conflict to an overarching concept of recognition, acceptance, and positive cohabitation amongst the different. And this cannot be more true than today, with what is happening to the world, but most importantly in Israel and in Gaza. And also during this UN week, our foreign minister, who was supposed to participate to the opening of the UN week tomorrow, he's instead in New York because tomorrow there is an important meeting at the Security Council regarding the crisis in that area of the world. Anyway, Albania's foreign policy is based on promoting good neighborly relations and regional cooperation in the Western Balkans. This is one of our major foreign policy objectives, apart from the integration into the European Union, but I think these are closely linked together because the whole region has to enter the European Union, not one country tomorrow and one country the next day, sometimes blocking the other. This is our belief and this is our primary objective in the foreign policy. Also, Albania, throughout its mandate as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, has defined the women and youth as primary cross-cutting themes. The UN Security Council Resolution 2250 on youth, peace and security and Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security outline the global recognition of women and young people as key stakeholders and prominent partners in building peaceful and resilient communities. This is why women, peace and security is one of our priorities as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. Throughout our 2-year mandate at the UN Security Council, together with partners from the civil society such as the United Nations Association, Albania, we have organized signature events and dialogues which were held both in New York and in Albania, focusing on exchanging practices and fostering intergenerational dialogue and on peace building and reconciliation. The Foreign Ministry of Albania recognizes the crucial role that meaningful youth participation and inclusion has in ensuring equitable, just and peaceful societies. We have demonstrated this commitment also by supporting the Albanian youth delegates to the UN program and welcoming every year since 2019 2 young people who joined the Albanian delegation to the UN General Assembly and other UN forums. And I'm happy to see amongst you Marcela Delia and Aldi Kasmi, who were part also, together with Christy, who were part of our delegation that took part this day to the UNGA high-level week, but also beyond that. Under its theme, Skills for Peace, this week strives for safer, peaceful, and prosperous communities in Albania and the broader Western Balkans. All this builds synergies with the vision and objectives of the Albanian foreign policy, which advocates for the European integration process of the entire region. Such events remain crucial at generating more dialogue, institutional trust, regional cooperation, towards our common vision for a region of peace, security, human rights, and sustainable development. And in this context, I would also like to mention Albania's last achievement in foreign policy, becoming a member of the Human Rights Council for the period 2024-2026. At the national level, we are convinced that our membership at the Human Rights Council will serve as a mobilizer and catalyzer to advance the human rights agenda in the country with a specific focus on women's rights and children's rights, but also throughout the world, fostering the human rights protection all around the globe to all the people without distinction. I wish you all the best for this week. Thank you.
Now, as I mentioned, this whole week and this whole program and our engagement and focus on youth, peace and security would have not been possible without our partners and supporters. And this is a collective effort. So we do have UNA Sweden, or the United Nations Association of Sweden, together with their partners from SIDA and Forum Civ, who have been supporting us, not only financially, but also intellectually, to organize all this event and all our strategies engaging more young people with institutions. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to join us here today physically, but they have already sent us a video message, which we'd love to play now.
Dear all, hello and warm greetings from Chile, Scandinavia. My name is Anneli Börjesson and I'm President of the United Nations Association of Sweden. Thank you so much for the kind invitation to join you physically in Albania. I would really love to be with you, however this time it had to be a digital visit. So you have Peace Week coming up, congratulations. Now first of all I would like to express my gratitude for the fruitful partnership that we have started with UNA Albania. We share a joint vision of a long-term cooperation and we look forward to walking this path together. The importance of international collaboration is crucial and UNA Sweden is proud to be partnered to several other UNAs. As for Albania, we're on a journey together on the project called Sustainable Development for Civil Society Action 2023 to 2027, which also includes 3 other partners. We're really looking forward to this, and I believe that we all know that global challenges require global solutions. So Peace Week is the first big event within the project, except from the Model United Nations. As you might know, peace is a prioritized area in the Swedish foreign policy. And it's also a key pillar in the United Nations agenda for sustainable development. So what is of specific importance is the focus on youth. We often hear that youth are the leaders of tomorrow, and you are, but I would also like to stress that you are really important here and now as well. Each and every one of you is a stakeholder in building peaceful, sustainable and prosperous societies. It cannot be emphasized enough that investment in youth skills is an utterly important prerequisite for meaningful youth participation. Now, according to the United Nations, 2 billion people, a quarter of the world's population, now lives in conflict-affected areas. And the UNHCR reports that 110 million people have been forced to flee their homes. And this have to change. I would like to share with you a quote by the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Dag Hammarskjöld. He says, "The pursuit of peace and progress cannot end in a few years in either victory or defeat. The pursuit of peace and progress, with its trials and its errors, its successes and its setbacks, can never be relaxed and should never be abandoned." So with this said, UNA Sweden wishes you the very best of luck with Peace Week and with the important program Western Balkans Youth Forum. We look forward to hearing more about it and we look forward to future cooperation. So thank you so much.
And on that note, I'd like to invite our dear representative, Mr. George Mura, the Executive Director of the Western Balkans Fund, as one of our key supporters of this initiative. So the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Christy. Dear partners, dear participants, dear friends. Yes, Western Balkan Fund has the pleasure to be one of the supporters of this important event. And we are really very glad that we are joining forces with United Nations. And we look forward also to continue in the future to support such important, relevant, and really very well organized initiatives and events. Peace building and reconciliations are important and more actual than ever in the world that we are living in. They are also true, significant in and for our region as well. So let me use this opportunity to congratulate you, dear young friends, for the wonderful work and activism in the framework of the Albanian United Nations Association. But what is more important, that during this week here you will try to bring also a regional component on your work by signing the Memorandum of Understanding with two other, let's say, brother organizations, sister organizations from North Macedonia and from Serbia. Peace building and reconciliation in the Western Balkans. For all of us, we know that in our past we had some situations that still need to be reconciled, still need the work in the peace building framework. And what you are doing is also very much in line with the work of the Western Balkan Fund as an organization that is devoted to the good neighborly relation in the West, in our beautiful region, to people, to enhance people-to-people links, and to work together for a better future for all our region. What we have learned through our 6 years of existence as the fund is the fact that grassroots peace-building efforts like this one that we are today in truly can make a difference. In fact, over 60% of our 200 projects that we have supported belong to grassroots, often newly established organizations. This bottom-up approach makes a very important contribution, and our work has proven that great ideas can be found even in the most remote corners of the Western Balkan region, and they deserve our support. Newcomers also bring fresh perspectives and prevent civil society from becoming an exclusive elite club. Changes take time, but I am certain that persistence, dedication to the regional cooperation and to the people-to-people links is the right approach for success in our mission towards a better region. So, looking to the agenda of your event here in Tirana, let me say that what you are going to discuss about the skills in peace building and the negotiation in these processes are really very important elements that will help you in the future to become ambassadors of good and good neighborly relation and to the communication throughout the region. Let me conclude by giving you an information. Western Balkan Fund is supporting this event. You heard it is United Nations, Sweden, but it's also very nice that some organizations from the region, like our fund, is supporting your ideas and your activism. So please follow the work of our fund. There are new opportunities for funding, and we are there ready to support your beautiful ideas. And just let me inform for two important events of ours. First, we have opened a call for mobility grants in the region. So spend some time and go there, and you can have the opportunity to be our next grantees. And in a month, another big call for proposals will be launched by our fund, and we'll be glad and more than happy to support the beautiful ideas on peace, reconciliation through all over our region, and to support your a better future for all of us. I want to thank you and to wish full success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mura, for your dear words and your support. We always count on building resilient and long-standing partnerships, so we'll definitely keep note of your will to keep supporting and growing this initiative together. And finally, last but not least, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Piplas, who is representing here the Regional Youth Cooperation Office, which is also a partner which has joined us in this endeavor. So, Mr. Piplas, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, dear participants. It's a bit difficult when you speak the last, especially after you had the United Nations, the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, and another regional organization already speaking ahead, but I will try to give a couple of points that maybe are relevant for you as participants. I represent also a regional structure, a regional mechanism that is especially established to support initiatives like this one. The Regional Youth Cooperation Office was established by the 6 Western Balkan governments, and in the past 7 years we had more than 30,000 young people participating in our activities. What is really important is that, and what the Executive Director of the Western Balkan Fund mentioned as well, is this notion of regional cooperation. Our monitoring and evaluation data says that out of these more than 30,000 young people that participated in our activities, more than 95% of them see regional cooperation as a positive thing. And the regional cooperation activities have positively influenced not only their understanding of the region and other young people from different societies, but has also improved their skill set. So this is why we're always happy to partner on initiatives like this one. You're coming to Tirana, and I think Tirana is perhaps the center in the region when it comes to discussing regional cooperation in the past 2 years. In the previous year, Tirana was the European capital of youth, with I think more than 500 different activities happening around Albania, but also many of them in the region. But more importantly, also Tirana has been in the past year the host of several high-level events such as the EU Western Balkan Summit last year, the Berlin Process Summit this year. So in order to discuss regional cooperation and dialogue, I think you're at the right place. And with the United Nations Association in Albania, we as RICO have been working for many years on different initiatives, and I can only really say my heartfelt gratitude to you as organizers for the efforts that you have been doing in the past, but also for this particular effort where, as you said, bringing 40 young people together deserves quite a lot of recognition. Another point that I wanted to make that was also perhaps mentioned a bit before is that we're obviously living in a very difficult period, and if we just open our social media or if we listen to the evening news, most likely the first information that is going to come to us is about one of the conflicts that are happening around the world, be it in Europe, be it in the Middle East, be it in Central Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, and perhaps even somewhere else. This is why it's important to understand that the conflicts nowadays are intertwined. They're not only numerous, but they're intertwined, and it also depends on our ability to adapt and to respond to this, and especially in investing in young people is the key in these processes. I would like to also mention maybe one other thing that we as RICO always promote is the fact that you or us here in the room, we might not be able to solve any of the world's conflicts, but what we have in our hands is the fact that we can influence our society, that we can influence our neighborhood, and this is why I encourage you to use activities like this one to get the skills, but then also to share them in your own communities. Basically, what we always say in RICO is try to be your peer-to-peer peace builder. So we cannot address the big topics of the world, but we can change our region. And this said, I would once again wish you the best of luck for the work. I saw in the agenda that you will be preparing a peace declaration. I think we're all very thrilled to read it and to see it. And this peace declaration will be important for us as partners, but it will be important also for you as a proven effort from your side to promote the spirit of cooperation and reconciliation in the region. Thank you very much.
And now, in order to materialize the strengthening of the cooperation and partnership between the UN associations of Albania, North Macedonia, and Serbia, I invite the representatives of such organizations to sign a memorandum of understanding on my left.
So I'd like to invite Ms. Ana Maric, the representative of UNA Serbia, and Ms. Filip Milenkovski, the representative of the UNA North Macedonia, to join us here. Okay, so since the flight for Belgrade, I was just informed, was delayed a bit, so it's going to be just us to Filip. Yes. So we don't make two signatures, just one for each, okay?
Yeah, so just to have a quick word, not to take too much of this precious time. It's lovely being at this event. UNA North Macedonia is proud to have signed this memorandum, and we're looking forward to a great cooperation with both organizations. We have cooperated, but now we are proud that we can formalize this, long established collaboration where we exist from 2020. We were here last year as well with our president, Andrej Nikolovsky, and yes, thank you so much. We're really grateful for this opportunity.
And on that note, I can officially declare the formal part of this ceremony adjourned. And we're going to continue with an informal presentation of the participants. And then in a bit, we're going to also continue then at 5:30 to the reception. So thank you to you and to all our guest speakers here today who joined us. And we'll continue with the next session in a bit.
Ni deux, ni deux.
Ni deux, ni deux. Prova test, test ni deux, tre, prova ni deux, tre.
Ni deux. Ni deux, ni. Ni deux, ni deux, ni deux. ni deux,
ni deux, deux, ni deux.
ni deux, ni deux,
Need to? Hi all. While we're waiting for the other participants to join us, we would like to start with a round of introductions so we can all get to know who is here and who has taken their time, and all the participants then are going to be contributing to this, this forum. So I am Christelle. Most of you have been in touch with me. I am a project coordinator at the UN Association Albania, and yeah, so I'll be your contact point for the rest of the forum, along with my colleague Clyde. So we can maybe start with whoever wants to start first to introduce themselves. If you could please say your name, where you come from, your organization if you represent one, and something that you're excited about in this forum or that you'd really like to share. And Clyde, please, if you have something to add.
No, thank you, Christelle. So for the ones who maybe joined us a bit later from the start of the conference, my name is Clyde. I guess some of you have been also in touch with me,
yeah.
But mostly with Christelle, so please keep doing that way.
I'm okay dealing with your taxes.
No, but seriously, jokes aside, you can both reach out to us. We both work for the UN Association here in Albania, which is the main organizer of this forum. And the forum itself forms part of our bigger framework of activities, which is called Peace Week, which will last actually from now, this Monday, till this Saturday. And it's actually composed of different set of sub-activities, starting from grassroots initiatives at the community level that we are running, supporting youth-led, actually youth design initiatives around the country. So not only in Tirana, but also in other cities. We're continuing with some national level campaigns, and this is actually the regional layer where we are working on peace building. So what we all try to do is basically mix this set of activities, work on different layers in order to amplify the impact of the work that we do together with you. So cutting that short, as Christian mentioned, we'd like each of you to maybe present each other. Maybe your name and surname, you have your badges, but you can still spell it out because that's also a thing. And yeah, where you come from, maybe your background a bit. And as Christian mentioned, like what's your maybe main expectations from this forum, but also from this trip, because for many of you has also been a trip. For some of you, even a longer one. But thanks a lot actually for taking all that trip to join us. So the floor will be open, and we'll circulate the mics on both sides.
Yeah, we can go by raw to make it easier. So, if you want to stand up so everyone can see you. However you're more comfortable, but yeah.
You don't have to come all the way, but.
Hello, my name is Clyde Memo. I'm 20 years old. I'm from Tirana. Currently, I'm studying international relations at University of New York in Tirana, and I come here as part of Blueprint, which is the youth chapter of UN Association Albania. And I expect here to force our reconciliation. So, thank you.
Hello, I'm Sarah. I'm also part of Blueprint, which is a program by United Nations Association Albania. I'm currently an economics student here in Tirana, Albania, and I'm also 20 years old, so that's it.
Is it okay if I sit? Yeah, sure. Hi everyone, my name is Anna. I'm happy to see many familiar faces from all over the Western Balkans here in our region. I'm 18 years old and I'm currently a software engineering student at Canadian Institute of Technology. And I'm very excited to dive deep into conflict resolution and reconciliation here at the Western Balkans Youth Forum. Thank you.
I will stand up for the others.
Sure.
Well, hi everyone. My name is Jonas. I come from Tirana, Albania, my home city. And today I represent the United Nations according in Albania as a youth advisor. I got my mandate this year, so I'm very proud of it. And I expect to have a wonderful forum and to know new faces and probably new friends in this forum. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Megi Marko from Albania. I'm 23 years old. I have a bachelor's degree and a master of science degree in hydrotechnical engineering. And I'm very excited to be drafting the youth declaration with all of you today and the days following. And nice to meet you all.
Hello everyone, my name is Siesta and I also come from University of New York, Tirana. I'm studying business informatics on my last year. I am a board member of a US Embassy Youth Council, but here I come as an individual. And what I expect from here is to make new friends and also get more skills for peace and also give my thoughts and my beliefs on it. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, I'm Malike Denizcan Dizdar. I'm originally from Istanbul, Turkey. I studied at the University of Strasbourg. I studied French law, but I also got transferred into International Balkan University in North Macedonia, Skopje. I'm a law and political sciences double major student, and I'm here with Muna, the North Macedonian Model United Nations Association, and I would like to thank them for giving me the opportunity to be a part of your event, the Western Balkans event. The main reason why I'm here is because I want to actually expand more my knowledge on the Western Balkan area, and I would like to see my country as well being a part of more in the European sense. So I'm happy that I have the opportunity to have to connect with you and to hopefully have new network. So thank you very much.
Hello everyone. I'm becoming a bit introvert because in every training when it is this part of presenting ourselves, I don't like it as much. My name is Marina Mejoka, but everyone calls me Marina. I'm 25 years old. I have a BA in archaeology and cultural heritage. I'm an activist for its protection. Currently, I'm working as assistant at the University Our Lady of Good Counsel based here in Tirana, an Italian university. And I have a master's degree in international relations. I hope to get network with all of you and wish you all best of luck. And it's so nice to be with all of you here. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Is no one before me? Okay. My name is Franci Braholari. I am a second year studying biotech at Western Balkans University. I don't know if you've heard about it. So I have a bit of knowledge of working with people from the Western Balkans. It's an amazing experience. And I'm also part of the European Student Union. I don't know if you also know about it. It's the biggest union that fights for European students' rights. So yeah, thank you.
Hello, I'm Alexandra Celeshi. I'm currently studying psychology at the University of Tirana. I think that my professional experience related to peace and like promoting peace, it's like mostly comes from my background as a psychologist, but I'm really trying to learn more about strategic plans here on like the Peace Week. And I just became part of Blueprint, UN program, so I'm really excited to share my new experiences in this program, but also I'm really eager to learn more about your experience. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. I'm Fatlinda. I have a very good view of all of you, so I will not be standing. I am from Kosovo. I'm a human rights activist. I'm doing my master's, as many of you, in international relations and diplomacy. I have a lot of experience in the Balkans, and I'm hoping that I have the chance to contribute to the declaration and network with many of you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Dinera Tola. I'm 20 years old and I come from Kosovo. I'm currently studying in the American University in Kosovo in Peace and Conflict Studies. I'm looking forward to attending this forum, to learning more about peace building, interregional cooperation, and to also meeting new people. Thank you.
Hi to all of you. My name is Eris Hasanay. I'm currently studying political science and international relation. Here I am as an individual, but I work with American Chamber of Commerce in Kosovo. And I hope this forum will enrich and foster reconciliation process.
Hello, everybody. My name is Boris. I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I finished political science and international relations on Buckingham University of Great Britain. Finished my master's degree in reforms of public policies. As for why am I here, I'm here to prove my parents wrong, my government wrong, to prove the Western Balkans wrong, to show that we young people can communicate together, that we can work together, and that eventually we can provide a better future, not just here at Western Balkans, but also all around the world.
Hi everyone, I'm Leila. I'm also from Bosnia and Herzegovina. We came together. I'm studying international relations at the International University of Sarajevo. This is my first big event, so I'm very nervous. This is very nerve-wracking for me, but I'm very excited also to see that there's a lot of guys, a lot of girls in my university. There's like 90% of people studying political sciences and international relations are girls. So it's very nice to see some guys also. Well, what am I expecting? I'm expecting to broaden my views, to get to know what's actually happening in the Western Balkans, because everything is so dark. And it's nice to see that something positive is happening. So yeah, it's nice to meet everyone.
Hello everyone, my name is Srđan. I come from Novi Sad, Serbia. I hope I will not stay the only Serbian here. Others that are late will arrive. I work professionally. I finished my bachelor's and master's degree in law, so I work as a lawyer. But I also have a vast NGO and experience, especially in the field of youth. And for this event, I hope to network with people and also hear all of your thoughts on the topics that we will discuss. That's it.
Hello everyone. My name is Mirjan Mulgeti. I am based here in Tirana. Actually, I'm studying law and in the faculty of law in the University of Tirana. And I come here as a representative of We Balkans and the Junior project in the Western Balkans. And my expectations in this event are, as my colleague said before, to expand networking and to offer new solutions for the region and furthermore. Thank you.
Hi all, I'm Albin Bushi, coming from Kosovo, currently doing my master's in international management and leadership here with my fellow young European ambassadors. Excited to be here, hear more about communication strategies and policies that lead to skill building. Excited to network with people, explore Tirana, and have great days ahead.
Hello, my name is Renis. I'm from Albania, Tirana. I have finished economics, and I've been for some years involved with the CSO sector, and particularly youth promotion, awareness raising, empowering youth for various kind of types of projects, international and local also. And I think this is going to be a very interesting experience because it's broad, but it's also flexible enough, given the schedule and everything arranged, to promote something something larger than just a normal project would do. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Andre. I'm 26 years old. I come from North Macedonia. I have a background in international relations. I come here representing Muna, and I look forward to seeing all of you, to meeting all of you, and also to see your thoughts on the given topics.
Hi everyone, I'm Anastasia Popovska and I am 16 years old. I'm currently a high school student at Orce Nikolov in Skopje.
I'm a part of the United Nations Association in North Macedonia, and I'm very excited to network with all of you and to be drafting the Declaration on Youth Skills for Peace.
Thank you. Okay, so since I've already introduced myself briefly, as you know, I'm coming through as a representative from the Macedonian United Nations Association. It's, as my colleague already said, I'm so glad to see a lot of my colleagues from the Young European Ambassadors Network. And it's not just us, of course, there's many others coming from different fields. And why I believe this is an important forum is because it's specifically based on skills and peace. As you know, this year is designated as the European Year of Skills, and it's regarded as a high element, which I believe personally that young people must be empowered and encouraged to. Through networking and so on and so forth, just through, not only through discourse, but just in general, what I want to say is that it's very crucial for them not to be headed in just one direction, but have a diverse perspective on things, especially in the Western Balkans, and kind of from this point on, going forwards, just create many new friendships, just you know, what I'm trying to say is just destroy the barriers that exist. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Albana Bikaj from Montenegro. I'm 22 years old. I have a bachelor's degree in law, and I'm here to learn more about peace building and to make new connections.
Hi everyone, my name is Filip Došljak. I come from Podgorica, Montenegro, and like the majority of you, I'm a political science and international relations student. One of the main reasons that motivated me to join this forum is to build networks, which are, I believe, a key to building a peace between nations, especially in the Western Balkans region. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Stefan Atanasovski Trajkovic. I have 18 today, tomorrow I'm turning 19 years. I'm in the first year of studying international intercultural studies at the philosophy faculty in Skopje. Aside from my education and formal education, I'm a youth activist, and in the past 2 years I have been continuously involved in some projects with UNICEF of local and international level, and support to electoral reforms in North Macedonia platform. And to answer the question on what I am expecting from this forum is firstly the point that I believe in inclusive peace and stability of our region, and I believe that it starts with active youth and media who is responsible. So I hope for some good networking and maybe possible future, you know, youth initiatives. We heard the Western Balkans Fund, I think it was the leader or the executive, he announced some possible grant applications, so why not, you know, making some regional initiatives. So that would be it. Thank you.
It's also me. Hi everyone, my name is Sophie Tirana. I'm a local here. I'm 17 years old in my last year of high school. I come as part of UNICEF Adolescents Advisory Board, and I'm eager to engage and network with everyone here, as well as learn more about skills for peace.
Okay. I guess everybody present himself or herself. So thanks a lot for doing it. I do know that, and I do sense that some of you do already maybe know each other from other networks that are going on in the Western Balkans, or been in other exchanges, either conferences or forums that, thank God, are happening more often now in our region. So that's a good thing. But I guess you all agree we are really suffering from this travel, long routes and missing of trains and flight connections, etc. So that's the thing we need to improve, I think. What I actually want to go on now till the reception and the dinner is ready, which is be in very few minutes. I want to present a bit how the program will look like, and after it maybe present also some of our speakers and what you can expect. I did perceive from your expectations that a lot of you did focus on the theme of skills and the main concept of the whole thing, and thank God our marketing strategy worked. So exactly that's the idea. What we want to do these 3 days to be a bit different from other conferences you might have been or other forums is that we want to explore a more practice-oriented approach. So it's not going to be just talking. Yes, okay, we're going to talk a bit tonight at 7 until 8:30, but tomorrow morning, from early morning and the whole day tomorrow will be focused a lot on group work and getting to know each other, and in a very intense actually methodology we're going to employ in the morning hours on the workshop on negotiations and conflict resolution. But before going to that, just to tell you a bit how the agenda will look today and to go on chronologically. So today, after this presentation round, we're going to go for the reception, which is going to be on the terrace. So nice view for you guys for pictures. So on the 4th floor on the elevator, or you're just going to press 4 and it will take you to the dinner. And then from 7, let's say 15 minutes to 7, we have to be down here again to get ready for the next panel, which starts at 7. Will be happening physically here. Will also be live streamed online, so you can also feel free to share the link of the live stream with your social media and peers from all around the cities you come from. So you can find the link on UN Association Albania's Facebook page, Instagram, and we are live on Facebook and both YouTube. So after 7 until 8:30, we have the panel discussion with some very, I'd say, nice speakers. So I don't want to use the words esteemed, great, they are nice people you can really have a night and calm and let's say interactive conversation with. So that's why we decided to put them in an evening or in a night all. And after that, at 8:30, we think we're going to finish. You'll be free to enjoy the city. But we are lucky because it's Monday, so not many things go on late night on Mondays. So you can sleep early and be ready for tomorrow. And we do have a very particular request for tomorrow, actually, that from our trainers. In the agenda, it said that we have to be here at 9. So please be here at 9. Because, as I mentioned, the methodology and the workshop agenda is quite interactive and requires some time for you to get to know each other, the experts, the trainers, and the tool we're going to use. So we have actually 3 trainers for you tomorrow. They can explain a bit more how the workshop will look like. And we have one of them here in the room now, which is Alberto, which can present himself and a bit the workshop very, very briefly.
Yep. So, my name is Alberto. I'm definitely much older than most of you. Probably few of them combined make my age, so I feel like a dinosaur today. The idea for tomorrow is basically to have you practice the principle of a multilateral negotiation and be introduced to the basics. We don't have that much time, so I beg you to be on time, and if possible, you already circulated the email? Yes. So if you could come prepared tomorrow by reading the brief that we have already sent, that would make us a lot of head start. It will be very interactive. There will be 6 groups. We will pass to each group for some mentoring and also questions, so that you have the chance to ask us if something is not clear. Mark Young, who is the president of Rational Game, will be introducing the principle, and then me and the other colleagues will go around to basically have you have fun and practice the principle of a multilateral negotiation. If there is one thing that I can give you as a head start, I don't want to spoil the lessons of Mark Young. I by far am not qualified to do it, but one thing that I like of his approach and our approach is that negotiation is a dance. So you're not there to be, how can I say, a bit of for lack of a better word, Trump negotiation. What you lose, I win. That's not our principle. Our principle is we want you to be aware that the solution can actually create more value. But what you make as a move will influence the other party, which will make another move. So that's why the principle of a dance. But also the beauty of a dance, it's fun. It's not like you're in a box fight. It's a dance. So you have to be gentle and you have to be mindful of your counterpart. In case you have some questions, I'll be available after this moment. So I'll be more than happy to connect. Thank you for making me feel old. I'm sure it's not your fault. It's just my age. So I'll be more than happy to be here. I'm very happy to be here. Thanks.
No, thank you, Alberto, actually, for also taking a trip. Also, yours wasn't that short. So thank you. And Alberto will be also joined tomorrow by two other colleagues, also coming from France and Germany. And they will, the three of them will, well, the trio, will actually deliver this workshop, which, what I can say from myself, I've done similar methodology of this workshop as part of my studies, my master's studies. It was, well, really intense, but not by time intense, but it was actually quite mentally and psychologically engaging. So you'll suffer a bit during the workshop, but you'll be very happy at the end of it, and you'll feel like you spent some really quality time. So that was just to get you in the mood for some hard work. And after the workshop tomorrow, we have lunch. Right, Kristen? We have lunch, yeah?
We also have a coffee break, so
yes.
it's going to be smoother.
Yeah. So tomorrow, yeah, we'll need a lot of energy. So we'll have lunch. Before that, one coffee break. After that, another coffee break. And in the midst of lunch and the other coffee break, we'll also have some other group work, which will be actually the output of this forum, and will be you drafting this basically this declaration or this document, which we don't want to keep it as a very formal one. We wanted to include a lot of ideas and recommendations rather than focus on just identifying and analyzing the current situation, because I know you have done that in many other conferences. I know that many other conferences do that, but we want to focus a lot on work and practice. So also brainstorm throughout the days for that. Think of what skills you wish to actually strengthen and build or rebuild or reskilled more if you want to get more engaged in peace building, reconciliation work at the regional level, but also at local level. Because as mentioned by our panel speakers earlier, it all starts from the community you live in, from the house, the neighborhood, and the city you live in. And after the group work, we'll have tomorrow another dinner, which will be actually not here at this hotel, but will be at a nearby location. It was chosen intentionally. It was chosen intentionally. You can maybe talk a bit more about it.
So, so tomorrow we're going to be having dinner at Komiteti Bar, which those of you that are from Albania or Tirana know. It's a very traditional place for us. It's very youthful as well, but it's designed in a way to carry the past design of Albanian homes. It has a lot of communist Albanian architectural design inside, and also very traditional Albanian food. So we chose that place to have a little bit more of a Balkan and cultural feeling for all of us. And afterwards, we're again going to have a night owl session after the dinner reception, which, let me look at that and double check. Yes, it's the panel discussion Future No More. I can keep the agenda so I don't make any mistakes. That will also focus a little bit on discussing conflict and conflict resolution, especially in the digital age. You know that in the past year we've been seeing online and all over media so many discussions about the use of AI, whether it's going to be harmful or helpful, and how we can use digital tools to enhance our lives. And we wanted to apply this to our topic as well, peace and skills for peace, to see how we can reimagine the use of technology in an age of conflict, but also in an age of many opportunities for peace building. So yeah, this will also be guided by some very, very I would say professional speakers who have a lot of background and very interesting backgrounds and interesting people to talk to on an individual level, also beyond the conference. So yeah, and then on the
one thing for the
You can
for the panel tomorrow night. So after dinner we come back here.
Yes.
At this hotel, but we won't be in this room. It'll be even more inspiring room, I would say, in the hotel. It's on the top floor. So when you come back tomorrow, just maybe follow us or one of the volunteers, organizers to accompany you. So just to be sure, it won't be on this room. It'll be on the top floor. So you go straight, take the elevator to the top floor. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. And lastly, the third day, we'll go back to this declaration of peace, which once again, it's not meant to be a very formal piece of writing. It's meant to put all of your thoughts and your expertise and your knowledge and what you've learned throughout the forum in paper in a way that is presentable, in a way that is digestible, and in a way that we can apply in the future for more action and actionable peace building, especially grassroots one that is based on the youth. And after this presentation of the declaration, we're going to have another panel discussion that will be focused basically on the declaration of youth skills for peace. There is also a potential side event that has been confirmed by the it's written potential on the agenda, but it has now been confirmed by the young European ambassadors who will be joining us and leading a session, which will also be interactive. Throughout the whole forum, you're going to have the opportunity to give your contribution, to share, to be very present with one another. That was the intention of this forum, to bring people who might have a background of conflict and tensions together to talk for a better way of living for all of us. And also to add to that, the last day will also not be taking place here. The venue will be So Meetings, which is an event space near the National Stadium. So we've tried to switch things up and keep them interesting for you as well, not to be stuck in one single room. And we hope that you're going to enjoy it and make the most of the time and the agenda. And if anything is unclear, this is just a general presentation. I think at the beginning of each session, no, please, Claudia will be the better person to talk about the agenda. So yeah, before every session, everything will be re-explained again, and there's always people around to ask.
Yes, I can add just a quick note on the last session. So yes, it will be taking place at So Meetings, which is a very new and modern event space at the National Stadium, which is like
also
5
nice
minutes.
views, I think.
Hmm?
Also nice views, I think.
I think yes. Which is not far, like 5-minute walk from here. So we're not gonna take you out of the center, which I would say also to visit the real Albania and Tirana, you also need to explore more, but that's part of another forum maybe. So one quick thing I want to say about tomorrow's the last panel is that the whole idea of the last panel, how we designed it, is not going to be basically a panel discussion, maybe like the rest of it. We wanted to be practice-oriented one. So what we did is that, yes, we invited you to work on the declaration on the night before, like the afternoon before and the morning of the panel. And then we invited as panelists actually representatives from different youth programs at the regional level, which are being developed and implemented in the Western Balkans. So one of the most prominent ones, of course, we do have the Western Balkans Fund, which is also a speaker today. But the head of one of its programs, which deals with mobility, and especially for young people and young professionals, is going to be actually listening to your declaration and commenting and feedbacking on it. What we're going to have else is the Regional Cooperation Council, and they do have a very youth-specific program called the Western Balkans Youth Lab Project, which is also focused on specifically young people, targeting them as not only beneficiaries of activities, but as actually designers of policy intervention. So what they do is basically they create a network of youth organizations and young people in the Balkans, and they brought them together to actually design policy recommendations and advocate on those. So this is also quite a prominent program, and the head of this program is also coming to Tirana and to listen to your suggestions and feedback on those. We also will have the person and the manager who runs the Young European Ambassadors program, which we also have some participants here today. Ms. Tasic, who is also running this. This program is basically a program run by the DGNI or the European Union itself. So from Brussels, they coordinate this regional network of young people who focus on a dual task, so promoting the EU in our countries in the Western Balkans, but vice versa, also promoting young people's ideas and vision of the Western Balkans in European level events and forums. And besides this, I'm not sure if I'm forgetting any other of the speakers in the panel. But basically, we're going to have these confirmed speakers. So as you see, is all our managers of running projects which have funding, which have resources, and particularly target young people. So please, for yourself and for the whole group, and for the declaration you will write, and for the ideas you'll put on it, try to really convince them why these recommendations matter and what actually each of these programs can actually do to push them forward. So be as practical, be as concrete, be also as straightforward with them as possible. That's not on the live stream, right? This last sentence. So that's what I wanted to add, basically. And for the last lunch, the farewell lunch, we're going to have after the last panel. It's also going to be not there, but in another place, because we want it to be a proper lunch where you sit down and can maybe exchange cards, can exchange WhatsApp numbers or whatever with people you have known here, and hopefully build more people-to-people contact and networking that will last way over, beyond the forum is over. So that's mainly, as I mentioned, I think in my opening words, that's our long-term impact that we can wish for. So yeah, lastly, thanks for being here. And one thing I really remembered, and I feel ashamed I didn't mention earlier, is also I want to, like you know Crystal, but I also want to mention the whole organizing team behind this event. Some of them are present in the room, some of them are spread throughout this hotel and our offices and etc. to deal with other details. So I can mention a few of them. I'm trying to see they are all in the room.
If Annie is here, Annie is the project assistant who has put a lot of work into organizing this and coordinating a lot of the things that we now see as all sorted. But there was a lot of work put into it and a lot of coordination throughout the summer. Also,
so thank you, Annie. Thank you, Deborah, Christy, Donika, Vjosa.
All of the
and we
staff
have a big
members.
group of volunteers which are really helping to make not only today, but the next 2 days, which will be more intense with changing venues possible. So the volunteers are a prerequisite part of this forum. So thank you, Anya, Hedion, Saimir, Thea, which is also dealing with photo shooting and video
Angela.
taking. So Angela, Mariana. So,
Yes.
well, thank you to our team for the live streaming and all of it. So
And the
yeah.
photography. So we're gonna like the photos once we get them.
We're just trying to make you even more hungry. That's why we're last. So basically, that's it from our side. And dinner should be ready in like 5 to 10 minutes. And as I said, we'll be on the top floor, so we can mingle around for a few minutes here, and we'll take you upstairs when everything is ready. So thank you guys
all.
and girls for being here.
2, 3, prova, 2. Prova, 2, 3, test, 2, 2, 3, prova, prova, test. Prova, 2, 3, test, 2, 3, prova, prova tecniche, 2, 3, 2, 3, prova. Test, 2, 3, prova, prova tecniche, 2, 3. Prova tecniche, 2, 3, test, 2, 2, 3, prova. Prova tecniche, 2, 3. Prova tecniche, 2, 3, test, 2. Prova 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3, test 2, 1, 2, 3, prova.
Nidu, Nidu. Zzz. 1, 2, 1, 2. We're okay. I should change to this. Okay. Well, I hope we're all fed, not fed up, with the dinner, and I guess we're all just can't wait for this forum. That's what I heard from some of you, not all, but I promise it will be quite interactive, or at least we'll try to be as such. So thanks once again for being here. You all do know me already. And tonight we did agree to organize this panel discussion, or this night all as we called it, on basically making sense of the present and the future of the region. And tonight we have actually 3 panelists who are supposed to be here, but as of now we have 2 of them. So we have Mr. Adnan Serimagic, who is a senior analyst at the European Stability Initiative, which is a think tank based in Germany, but it's quite heavily focused also on the region and on the Western Balkans. And next to him we have Ms. Alba Çelay, which is the executive director of the Albanian Institute for International Studies, which is also quite a well-recognized Albanian think tank who does work a lot on regional cooperation and issues. And we're hoping that soon we'll have our 3rd panelist joining us to this panel, which is Mr. Adri Nurellari, which is basically a political activist and researcher with experience a lot in Albania, in Kosovo, and the rest of the region. So what we're going to do today is basically focus on, and to start basically this forum is focus more on this regional political dynamics and what's going wrong and what's not in our region. This year marks actually 25 years since the Thessaloniki summit, which for those of us who are old enough, or maybe who have read about it a bit, is well, the most prominent summit held in the beginning of this century, where the whole Balkans region and the EU gathered, and then was promised a fair and politically based, geopolitically based future within the European Union. And since then, if I'm correct, only Croatia managed to do that. So they're not part of this Western Balkans sphere that we formed to. So they left us to go to a bigger family. That's a good consolation, at least. But maybe that's where we want to start, actually. And I can start with you, Adi, and then with Ms. Alba. So I don't know how old you were back then, but if you can very shortly present to our audience and to us how the trajectory of the region has moved since then. So these past 25 years, have we gone further, closer to the EU, or are we stuck where we were?
Yes, I was that old that when the 2004 enlargement happened to 10 Central and Eastern European countries, I was thinking where to study. And since I'm not from Sarajevo, I'm not from the university city in Bosnia and Herzegovina, I decided to go to Austria and study, because I thought once I finish my studies, we'll already be in the EU, so I'll have to have some kind of advantage in my competence and experience. So I would need to, learn German and do my studies in Austria. So that's how good of an analyst I am. So bear with me. No, I will start actually from last year, when the Ukraine invasion happened by Russia. Just a couple of days after the invasion, both the Secretary General of the NATO and the High Representative of the EU, Stoltenberg and Borrell, came out and said, this Ukraine invasion is just one piece of the attack that Russia has on the European security and political architecture. Next places where they will want, or where there is a possibility that they will attack, is actually Moldova and Bosnia and Herzegovina, or the Western Balkans in general. So if you were, a naive observer from outside, you might ask, how come Western Balkans? Okay, Moldova has some Russian forces on the ground, but why Western Balkans? If you look at the map, they're surrounded by the EU. If you look at inside the region, actually Western Balkans do not exist. There are 3 countries that are part of the NATO. There's 1 country that neither wants to join the NATO nor has no NATO troops on its ground, and there are 2 countries that have NATO troops on the ground. And all 6 of them have a perspective of joining the EU since 2003. So how come, you know, both the Secretary General of NATO and High Representative of the EU claim that this might be one of the battlefields where the war by Russia will be played? You know, if you're a naive observer, you might ask that question. If you're from inside the region, if you've been following the region, you will know the answer. And the answer to that question is quite simple. EU, at some point, due to its internal struggles, due to its internal problems, simply gave up on the actual membership perspective to the region. It kept the narrative, it kept repeating it, it said there is, there might be, there will be, but when it comes to a concrete, really supporting reforms, pushing reforms forward in the way that it was done in the countries that joined the 2004, 2007, and in 2013, that simply did not exist. There was no day-to-day support, there was no, clear, clear goal, there was nothing. So that resulted with EU becoming ever weaker in the region, and it led to a situation where, High Representative of the EU for International Relations had to come out in a difficult moment when Ukraine was being invaded and say, listen, we have very little power in the region, we need to admit it and we need to see what we're going to do about it.
But maybe to go with the same question to you, Alba, if I may direct you as such, and to complement is, we both know, we all know that the process in itself, approximation in the EU is a dual thing. So it's one side the EU and the other side is us. And when we mean us, is mostly, unfortunately, governments who have to undertake those legislative reforms and check those boxes and do some of the hard work. And for sure is also then the civil society and all the other actors and business, not to underestimate. But in this past 25 years and how this relationship has developed, how do you say on our side, on our country's side, have we done enough to do this process and to finish it, or are we also part of the problem?
Let me also try to look at it in this trajectory of time dimension through the prospect of European integration, but I was thinking also in terms of peace in these years, how in our region we have moved, not quite linearly, because we've had a lot of up and down, even in the question of peace, stability, with one part of the time involved in very violent and big conflict, and then some periods of peace and negotiation, and then you have, from time to time, grave incidents that have this potential of returning big conflict. Although the likelihood of big conflict has gone down with time and with all the agreements that have been in place, but it's not zero, it's never zero. And for some reason, now that war has returned in all our borders, in the east and in the south, also the incidents have multiplied within our region. But your question was, what have we done? The question of preparedness and willingness of the EU is very much interconnected. When the messaging from the EU has been more positive, more determined about accession process, you have seen also reforms moving a bit better. And when the process has stagnated, you have seen them reforms lagging behind. We cannot deny that we are part of the problem, of course. We cannot be here closing the eyes and saying, yes, we have the best governments that have in place only the European path and they are interested to do this. No, because we have seen from our experience that some of the reforms have taken a long time and that sometimes political conflict has captured the entire process. Albania is very different from all the other countries, for example, because we have never had here inter-ethnic conflict. But our conflict between our parties was big enough also to be an obstacle. In 2014, for example, we got the candidate status, which is a very symbolic milestone. It doesn't even mean that much. But we had to wait for years because our parties were interlocked in this conflict and nobody was giving up their claim, and we couldn't even get that thing, and we didn't have a war here to say that we are behind because we have to overcome legacy of conflict. You said that most of the responsibility falls on the government, and when it comes to approximation and reforms, yes, but the process has shown that the more inclusive you make it, the better it works. So it is actually our task from all kinds of sectors, and I'm happy you mentioned business as well. It's not a process that should be only overlooked and monitored by civil society or media, but also from the stakeholders that need a lot of information, how are they going to be affected? And let's give up this idea that every impact is positive. We also need to be prepared to face the pressures that come with negotiation process and also with accession.
No, true. Yeah, please.
If I can jump in on this, have we done, I always say, especially to the EU diplomats who say, yes, but you could do it. For me, the EU accession process is a bit like, we are at the moment where we wanted to study medicine, but we were not allowed to enroll in the studies, and they tell us, but you have all the books, you have YouTube videos, you can become a doctor yourself. It's simply, you might have, 100 years ago or 120 years ago, or maybe even 50 years ago in some countries in Europe. But today it's really not realistic that you can become a doctor just by looking at YouTube or reading from the library. You need the feedback, you need goals, you need to reach them. And that's what we have been missing. And instead the process has turned really into this bizarre explanation of candidate status, clusters, chapters. Nobody understands, not even us experts fully understand what benchmarks, which benchmark, it has become really like this esoteric discussion about things that we, like philosophers somewhere 1920s discussing something that's abstract, while at the same time EU integration is really something very, very concrete. It's about whether this water is in line with the EU standards that are very concrete, whether they're being, investigated or monitored by the institutions in the way that they're done in the EU or not. It's as simple as that. Of course not, but I simplify it.
No, but of course your point makes sense, but then if you want to pick a time in history or a particular moment, maybe just to signify it, when do you think the process went bad? So when did we get stuck and the process got not really working? Because I remember personally I'm just 26 now, and I do remember the day when Bulgaria and Romania got in the Union. So to me, Bulgaria and Romania back then didn't sound it as those stereotypical Western European countries where everybody wishes to go study and living, and I was like, well, since they can do it, well, why can't we? So until then, I guess everybody had this hope and belief, but then when do you think could be a particular moment that things went wrong and the process stopped working? So it's for both of you, I guess.
Maybe he doesn't know, but he mentioned medicine, and this is a very controversial topic now in
Albania,
Albania, because the young people that study medicine now in Albania have to sign a contract to work for the Albanian healthcare system for 5 years before they are allowed to go. And why did this come? I'm not going to discuss now whether it is good or bad or whose responsibility it is, but it's because the process of stagnation, of integration, has produced also a massive outflight of doctors, nurses, and it has become this problem for our countries, as it is in Bosnia. And I know in Bosnia, some universities even target with German language so that the people can leave. So you brought medicine as an example, which is very sensitive here now, because it also touches upon very basic freedom of a person to choose the path, whether to remain or not. When did it go wrong? Oh God, I have actually one period that I think for me when it really went wrong, and it's quite recent. For me, it went very wrong when France did not allow North Macedonia after they made a huge sacrifice to change their name, to change their constitution, and there was this big and very grandiose meeting for the Prespa agreement where everybody went there and said, look, we, the European Union, we made such a big achievement after Greece blocked North Macedonia, was it for 10 years or more? And now this is solved. North Macedonia has chosen to do the right thing, very painful thing. Can you imagine? I mean, it's really, and even now, it is not digested in that country, this huge sacrifice. And then France said that, well, you know, we are not so sure because we have these local elections and Marine Le Pen is not very keen on enlargement, so we need to revise the methodology. And they produced a new methodology, which is fine. It's a great document, and it groups the chapters into clusters, and here I go into what Adi said, huge technical debate. Which Adi we have to follow? I mean, it's boring, but it's necessary to follow. And then I personally felt like something was very wrong. I mean, if it's not enough, when you do this thing to get start of negotiation, not accession, just to get a chance to negotiate, then something is very wrong. This has always been asymmetrical relation, but this is now feels unfair, not just asymmetrical. And this is the point when it goes wrong. It is always going to be asymmetrical. The EU is a club. We want to be part of the club. We need to respect the rules of the club, whether we like them or not. This is simple and maybe sometimes cruel, but then in this moment, I felt like the credibility of the EU felt very much. And in that time, Albania was coupled with North Macedonia, so we were blocked as well. And because all the countries are now in these couples, it had gone wrong a bit before, maybe Ad, you can talk about before that, but in that moment, this was I think 2018, 2019, I felt that this relationship now has something very much broken, which needs to be mended.
So when did it broke, Adi?
I actually don't think that there was a breaking point. It was just when the thing started to go south, was already in 2004 with the enlargement to the 10 Central and Eastern European countries, because the European Union fundamentally changed from inside. If you think about just people who were walking on the corridors in Brussels, the number of ministers meeting, the number of prime ministers meeting, it was really plus 12 by 2007. And it simply was too difficult to digest for those who were there from before the country. So from then, the issue of enlargement became, you know, the issue of how do we manage the EU from inside after the enlargement. And there was simply not enough energy to build for new enlargement. And I would argue that the 6 Western Balkan countries were not of the size of the 10 Central and Eastern European countries, but if you think about the political challenges that we have in the region, it could be compared to those. So I think the EU enlargement as such started to crumble as of 2004 under the weight of constitutional treaty being rejected, under the weight of Lisbon Treaty not going far enough, what many expected inside the institutions, then financial crisis, Greek crisis, migration crisis, everything that followed. So what you describe, I would describe as chances missed to make enlargement relevant. There was in 2009, Swedish presidency of the EU. They tried to bring all the applications for EU membership, tried to bring everyone to the candidate status. They failed. Then there was an attempt to create Montenegro as a front-runner post-Croatia membership. There was a huge, huge effort by all the Western Balkans enlargement friends, but it simply didn't go high enough to create the interest among the others. And then later on, you rightfully say, North Macedonia, it went from down to hill, but it was rejected. And we are in a similar situation. There is a moment with Ukraine, but I'm not sure if we're going to use it or it's going to just be on our list from 2009 to today that we've missed to turn enlargement into something that's possible.
No, before going to the next question, I mean, there's going to be room a lot for in the end of the session for questions from the public. So also keep that in mind while reflecting on what we're discussing. So yeah, please try to think about that. So I'd like to really actually continue where you left it in this current situation and where we stand now, because you mentioned all these lost chances, which of course they are a fact, and then we can of course discuss they were lost on either side's fault or a collective effort to fail them. But you mentioned this Ukraine issue as a new chance, and I mean, we discussed as we discussed a lot, like where the Western Balkans has gone the last 25 years, where the EU has gone in this relationship, but then we still, you mentioned at the beginning, last year the Western Balkans still appeared up on the agenda, even with the war going on and all the other crises surrounding us, we still come again on top of the, among the top of the agenda. So, I mean, yeah, just to explore a bit more what this room is, what this chance is, and what can we do to maybe profit better than last times? I mean,
well, maybe it will be pessimistic, I'm sorry for that, but at the moment the issue of Ukraine is not about EU enlargement, although it might seem like that in, you know, if you read Political Europe, if you read the statements, yes, it is about granting candidate status, starting accession talks, but as you mentioned, there were so many countries that were granted candidate status, there were so many countries that started accession talks. In reality, it doesn't mean much. Today, the discussion on Ukraine is how do we support Ukraine so it defends itself from Russia? How do we support Ukraine with the time that we have so that it can, so it doesn't lose more land, it doesn't lose more people, and it gets to return some of the land. That's the actual, you know, day-to-day discussion inside the EU. Will we come to the point where we actually discuss in a more concrete way? What do I mean by more concrete way? Of course, there are some discussions among the ministers. How do we organize common agricultural policy? How do we organize funding if Ukraine is a member? But fundamentally, nothing is changing yet, and we will see if something will change. What has changed to our advance, I would argue, is something that I've experienced 2 weeks ago, talking with one foreign ministry diplomats. They told me it's a very skeptical country. I don't know, want to say, name the country. It's extremely skeptical country. It has been very anti-Western Balkans when it comes to enlargement, anti-Albanian in particular, anti-Bosnian in particular. So you can imagine maybe which of the countries. Yes. And they told me we feel so much pressure with Ukraine. You know, we need to think how we're going to integrate Ukraine, etc. So we asked our people to put down the numbers. What would it mean to get Ukraine inside the EU funding, agriculture policy, all these different things, and what it means in the Western Balkans. And suddenly, these Western Balkans became so realistic and so attractive because it's so much smaller than what Ukraine would be. The only problem with Western Balkans is that we are 6. So that means 6 ministers at the table, 6 prime ministers being heard, and that's the only, basically from this point of this country, when looking at Ukraine and the Balkans, the only problem is, you know, there will be too many voices around the table. And that's something that either EU will solve and then, or it will offer us something that will not include sitting at the table but enjoy all the benefits of the EU. But yeah.
I wish I had something more optimistic, but I agree with Adi. And one more thing, it's not only that there are 6, but some of these 6 might have the temptation that once they are on the table, they become veto players for others or for certain policies, because these are not 6 that fully share all of them, let's say, the values or at least, for example, foreign policy position of the EU, and you see that right now. The Ukraine, we had this, the first moment for all of us was, this is going to create a tremendous moment, impetus. It's going to create this speed and we are going to overcome these little hurdles, and that did not happen. We should really say that this did not happen. Of course, at least there is more talk about it, but you can see even in the position of the EU officials between themselves, even when some of them dares to mention a timeline, you have all the rest of them, they say, oh, wait a little bit, don't rush with this timeline. You had Charles Michel saying that, what about 2030? We should be ready in 2030. And then the same day you had, of course, who else? Macron saying that, wait a little bit, we have to reform the EU first, and then we can talk about 2030. The Commission also came out and said, let's not talk about this because it will sound like a promise, and then when we don't deliver on it, it becomes a backlash, yet another promise that was not kept. But it is also upon us to try to maintain a little bit of positive energy with this momentum. I still believe that Ukraine can sort of serve as a big wagon that attracts us even by force, even by sheer strength. And just by reinvigorating the debate, by making the conditions, because after all, there will have to be taken decisions about this, starting from this December. Is Ukraine going to be given the chance, or is Hungary going to block it? And through these decisions that we will see, we will understand whether momentum will transform into reality or not. But it is also a responsibility on us to understand this and maybe try to perform in those areas that we can, or try to not bring up new conflicts or new disputes. On the other side, unfortunately, we have seen that when it comes to disputes, is often the member states themselves who are quite negative in this regard. And North Macedonia is again the classic example, but let's not forget, even here in Albania, we do have a relationship which is with ups and downs and love and hate with Greece. And let's not forget that Greece has not ever vetoed Albania's process of integration, despite all the problems, and let's hope we keep it like that we still continue a conversation which is difficult, but it doesn't end up in a veto. It's okay to have difficult conversation. It's not okay to veto when the issue on the table is not connected to values.
If you want to add something before.
I want to jump, just one problem that I encounter, again talking with people, because I'm sitting in Berlin, is that they are so much focused on the current leaders across the region, you know. When you talk to them about this, then they usually say, yeah, but you know what, and then 3 dots, add whatever name you want. In case of my country, usually it's Milorad Dodik, you know, but you know Milorad Dodik is doing this and doing that. But, you know, and that's a huge problem in the EU, because there's so much focus on the short-term gains or losses with what could be the fundamental change of the policy towards the region, that I fear that they don't see the bigger picture from the small. You know, we're now talking about maybe starting accession talks with Bosnia. You know, just pushing Bosnia into thinking how do you organize accession talks and how do you work with accession talks is an interesting thought, and it might be actually helpful for the country. But you know, there is, you know, but we need Dodik to do this, Dodik do that. Dodik will not do that because he doesn't want the country to start accession talks. He doesn't want the country to join the EU, or there are other politicians on many sides. Sorry for using him as an example. So we have a problem that inside the EU, among especially some member states, there's this short-sighted thinking. You know, my mandate is next year until the end of the next year. What does potential change in our policy bring me to the table? Well, actually nothing. It brings nothing to you, because we will need in the region time to digest the new EU policy, time to fight against some old habits in order to emerge with something new.
No, thank you for this good transition to my next question, because you mentioned this short-sightedness, and I think it's a thing, a problem in both sides. So it's not just the EU, but also our politicians and our countries and our policies, and maybe to maybe elaborate a bit on that is, I remember, I think it was 2019, where the institute you work for, the Stability Initiative, and I was doing my studies back then, my master's on EU studies, so I was following a lot, and you came up with this policy document and idea of this finding a middle ground, or let's say an intermediate goal, not claiming and working just for the long-term vision of enlargement, but why not thinking about as intermediate goal to make the Western Balkans part of the single market as a, let's say, a halfway in, which can be realized in a much more shorter time, is a more measurable goal and more realistic, etc. And you gave examples of how it worked with other countries. And then right after you published it, I was following it, like this whole arguments came, and like people arguing against it came, not like, I mean, they came from the EU, okay, that makes sense, but then it came a lot also from our politicians and even the public, that they came that focusing on such shorter term goals or intermediate goals and not on the big goal, which is actually a much more unrealistic one in the near term, is wrong, because you are pushing let's say you're shifting the goals towards these more short-term benefits and lower standard benefits just in the single market, but not as a fully fledged EU member country. And that was very interesting, like me as an outsider back then following the debate on it and how everybody was claiming that this is not good for us, like even for us as Western Balkan citizens, we should not support this because this will hurt us in our future goals, etc. It got really big debate, I'd say. So can you just elaborate a bit more about this proposal and why this approach of intermediate goals can be a real opportunity for success?
No, thank you very much. So in 2019, the problem was that France was blocking North Macedonia. They wanted a new methodology, as you rightfully mentioned, and the issue for us was very clear. The biggest problem on the bigger scale was we don't want more countries in the institutions. We don't want more ministers. We don't want more employees in the institutions, etc. And we thought that in the grand picture of what is important for the Western Balkans, actually being represented in a short term or medium term, having its own citizens working for the EU institution is not the most important interest of the region as such. It would be more important to reform the institutions, to transform your legislation, your standards, your monitoring institutions in a way so that they function as if they were part of the EU, which de facto would mean membership in the EU single market, which means you have all the four rights for businesses, people, freedom of movement, etc., and that if EU would set that as a realistic goal for the region and push or support the countries to get there, once they are in there with the financial, technical, and all other support, they would become a more attractive as full members of the EU, because they would show, contrary to what the impression today is, that they're capable, that they can do it. And we thought from the experience of visa liberalization process, but from other examples as well, that all these 6 countries, we believe that these 6 countries can be members of the EU. What happened as a reaction was, first of all, that in the Western Balkans there was a sense that this was a membership light, that it was offering something where you would be in a back room for your entire life, and that it was important to reject it. On the other hand, for the EU, it was a big price to offer. They didn't want at that point to offer to the Western Balkans, to commit to offer technical support, financial support. You know, if you're a member of the single market, that means that, you know, the water that comes in Tirana is, you know, can end up somewhere in Berlin and poison someone, and there needs to be a chain of responsibility going back to Tirana, to explain it in a simple way. At the moment, with the Stabilization and Association Agreement, with the Free Trade Agreement, there are some standards being introduced in our countries, but in the end, the defense mechanism of the single market is at the border with the countries. So our proposal landed on in bad terms, but for different reasons. For the Western Balkans, it was too little. For the EU, it was too much. I have to say, at this moment, we're still in the point where, while some in the Western Balkans change their position and are arguing very fiercely in favor of that, for example, the leadership in Skopje is now the most fierce advocate of the idea. At the same time, in Berlin, I'm sitting in Berlin, they don't even want to discuss the issue, because for them it's too much and they feel that they can't offer it to the Western Balkans. Of course, they don't understand that if you don't believe that Western Balkans can be part of the single market, then you also don't believe that they can be full members of the EU. They still don't understand that, and I fear that we're running out of time for them to really understand that completely.
I think that there is a sincere and genuine fear, which sometimes is misguided because of lack of information or lack of understanding, when we talk about things that the proposal for the single market is not an alternative. This is important to say. It's an intermediary, while keeping in mind that the final goal is still accession. But there have been many proposals recently about phasing in sectorial, horizontal integration. On top of that, you have new ideas like European Political Community or others, that in some people creates the feeling that, okay, why are we talking about so many alternatives? it feels like we are preparing a lot of plan Bs and Cs. And when you see people preparing plan B and C, you have the feeling that, okay, so plan A is no longer that feasible. Plan A is not the only one. The problem with this is that we only have plan A as an alternative because our relation with the EU, our written legal commitment towards each other, whether for some of us it's just the stabilization association agreement or negotiations, full accession is all what is in the end. Other things, intermediate or not, if you perceive them as alternatives, then that's a problem. And the debate comes when you perceive them as alternatives. When you clarify and say, look, the end goal is the same, but how can we make it easier in the short term? How can we offer some more benefits? Then that's fine. But you don't always have the time or the possibility to really explain and understand that. And the feeling is what comes first. And the feeling is this, that okay, there's too many plan Bs on the table. What are we going to do? If we get very comfortable with plan Bs, we are sending a signal that, okay, maybe with time we will ask for a little bit less. I'm thinking about what you all saw, for example, last week in the Berlin Process Summit, and it was the first time that Prime Minister Rama, who has not talked about this before, said on the table, after they showed his documentary, self-produced and self-narrated, that he said that, you know what, it doesn't sound like a very bad idea to sit as observers, to have this phasing in or sectorial, one of these, without veto right. And I had this feeling like, okay, so are we starting to give up? If we are comfortable, because if we accept for a long time to be observer on the table, we should always think that both sides can get very comfortable. The EU will say, okay, they accept, they are observers, we include them a little bit, we give them a little bit more money, which seems to be prevailing now discussion, that we will increase money. And also our governments might feel comfortable. They say, okay, we are just observers, so we need to do a little bit less of reforms and give a little bit less of accountability. So we should be really careful with, I am skeptical of the alternative mindset, but I do understand that we need to offer things in the meantime because I see the public support, how it's sliding down, and unless we offer concrete rewards, there's no other way to keep the public support running.
No, definitely it's, as you both explained, it's a tricky situation. I mean, because in the end it's also a political choice and strategic thinking in the end. And that's what, it's hard to maybe put in the public this strategic thinking mindset, and it's always easier when you just put yes or no, polarizing questions. So either you agree to this proposal of an intermediate goal or you don't. And that's the hard point that I guess you had. Yeah. You also got to experience with this proposal, and me as an outsider back then and until now, I was really following this debate because it's, because even for personally me back then, I was so bound also to this public narrative of our politicians that we should not agree to this because it's downgrading our aspirations and downgrading what we are looking for. So I was also touched by this and made me also think once or twice, do I support this as a new approach or not? But I think years have passed. Yeah, please don't go.
Can I jump in? Just to say what's realistic, what I see as the realistic at the moment. At the moment, there are really no choices. What we are being offered, or what we will probably be offered in December, is that they will tell us that one day we can become members of the EU, full members of the EU, if the EU itself reforms, if it becomes easier to make decisions inside the EU, if it becomes clearer who gets how much money and what kind of policies we'll have. That's a distant goal, which depends on EU's inside. It doesn't depend on us. And then on the sides, we will get a bit more money or bit more of the money, and we will get some kind of access to different institutions in the EU. But the heart of the what the EU integration process, and that is these 4 freedoms and the single market and the institutions being, that we will not be offered because it's for the EU is too much. So what I fear is that what is realistic in coming year and a half is that what we see in the region as disturbance, as some of the naughty politicians creating troubles in the region. One can argue that it's a reaction to these discussions inside the EU, that there is a sense the EU might move, the reality of the EU membership might become real, and that's why we need to create troubles to, so that they don't change their policies, and that once this train passes, we will end up with the same naughty kind of politicians. It doesn't mean to be the same people, it can be changed, but they will be naughty in a sense of what kind of governance they want for these countries. They will get a bit more money from the EU to keep everything calm, and we will see the things that we've seen pre-2020, people leaving, economies getting into troubles, and authoritarian tendencies increasing, actually then going up. And that is what my biggest fear for the region at the moment is.
Maybe to jump on to you, Alba. So you mentioned a bit this new initiative. So yeah, the new methodology in 2020 and this Berlin process sort of re-energized since last year. So I guess this new approach of phasing in and some intermediate goals has gained some traction, but you think it's enough traction on the right direction, so we're moving on the right direction of phasing in and with enough speed, or you think it's still too late and then too late?
It's the same, people think that we now invented phasing into the EU. We didn't. It's existed before, we're part of the energy community, we're part of the transport community, we have the SAA to some extent we have even through World Trade Organization some of the direct access to the single market. So that's not a new thing. It has been there. We've been offered parts of EU before, but it has never been, and it has worked very well for the niches that was intended. So if you look at sectoral, if you look at the transport community, if you talk to the railway people, if you talk to the transport people, they will tell you, this what transport community in Belgrade does. Changes that we've seen in the past 2 years, they're good for us, and we will use it, and some things will come out of it. Same goes for energy community. At least until 2014, there were some positive. But it was never enough to have a spillover effect on politicians, on institutions, on rule of law, on democracy, on other things, and it will not have. So anyone arguing that offering access to digital single market, which is the buzzword from last Tirana summit, that's not going to solve political issues in the region. Offering 2 billion euros more is not going to solve, because there is no president of Serbia that will recognize Kosovo because it gets 500 million euros more. No, he needs, if there will be one president, it will be because the vision of Serbia in next 10 years will be so tremendously different for citizens of Serbia that he will want or be able to address the issue in the room. And that's simply, we know it, we can pretend that it's not that, but I'm a think tanker, so I don't have to pretend.
Just some additional notes, but I share this explanation of how important a strong and clear vision is. New methodology. What is ironic? The new methodology, although I personally described it as hypocritical move of France to win time, but it's a reality now. That's the way the chapters are clustered, and that's how we will do it. So whatever was the reason to invent it, now we play by that rule. Ironically, in the case of Albania, it should work in our advantage, because the chapters that are the key ones, the first ones, and that don't close until the end, are those about rule of law, and what was our biggest requirement was the justice reform. So if you ask around now in the EU and in other international community, this is considered an achievement, this sort of complete, although we know it's ongoing. So in theory, according to the new methodology, this should give us quite a push. But is there really a willingness to recognize this and make, for example, Albania the front runner? Because no conflict so far, a little bit with Greece, but it seems it's going to stay manageable, hopefully. And is there a will then to make Albania the front runner? Because in this new methodology, it addressed the fundamentals and it achieved this? I don't know, it doesn't seem so. Berlin process, yes, it is revitalized. What was, now is Berlin process 2.0. What was the problem with 1.0? The problem is that the projects did not materialize. Some of them did. We have RICO here, which is great, and some other things which I recognize and I really like, but there were other projects about infrastructure, about hard stuff. We have no railway here, by the way, because you mentioned the transport. We have no railway here. And those things did not happen. And for some of the projects of the Berlin process, some countries went out and because they didn't find money from the EU, and they found money for them, for the EU projects in China. So the Berlin process 1.0 should give us some lessons about how to go about Berlin process 2.0, because we might go to the same situation when there is very nice energy, big ambition, but in the end, are we going to really achieve
no trains.
the connectivity? We are a region that up to today we suffer still from connectivity problems. So all these things in theory are good accessories or complementaries that are supposed to bring the process forward, and they achieve this to a certain degree, but the gap between ambition and implementation is sometimes very disheartening.
If I can, and I'm sorry, I mean, it's just, sorry, but recently I was also asked about all these different proposals that are running around, and you know, if you're into EU integration process, you might find it interesting to read about it. If not, it's quite difficult to understand. But there was discussion, you know, but there will be here 2 billion here, then you might be able to sit at the agriculture ministers meeting. We will brief you about the council conclusions, about, you know, all these things. And then, you know, for me, it comes down to the question, I don't know if there's someone here from Mitrovica in Kosovo, but if there is none, the question is simply, what does all these proposals mean for a person living in Mitrovica? You know, it comes down to that. You know, does the person believe that any of these proposals will improve the life of citizens there? Will, you know, be easier to cross the border, not just to go to Serbia, but also to go to Pristina? Because if you go to North Mitrovica or to Mitrovica, you will understand that both Albanians go to Serbia and both Serbs go to Pristina, you know. So people have needs, and these proposals and the EU policy at the moment does not address in any way everyday life of citizens across the region, and in particular it doesn't where the biggest challenges are. And today we are in a situation where you know, there is fear. In North Kosovo, people are afraid. Let's not discuss what the reasons and the background. People are afraid. People are afraid in returnee municipalities in Bosnia and Herzegovina. They're being attacked. Some of them are being attacked. They're afraid. You know, people in South Serbia, Albanians, are feeling afraid. We can discuss what the reasons, who the blame is, etc. But if we don't address these things, this will pile up, and then, you know, the title of this summit will become even more important in these discussions, because, you know, things will get worse.
Thank you for all your insights. I mean, and before going to my last question, before opening up to the public, just to remind you that we'll have a Q&A session right after my question, so prepare for that. It won't take long. So my last question is a bit to open up maybe some sort of a new line of discussion on this. All these initiatives that try to, well, mostly pushed forward by the EU, but anyhow, they try to imagine each country not as an individual, but as a region as such. And maybe it's not the first time they do it. It happened in 2004 with the Visegrad, etc. And it's not a new thing, but then what comes new is that our region is also bound to many bilateral or trilateral or unilateral things, domestic, which in the end they come up to affect the whole region, so not just the particular country in itself. And what makes it maybe even more complicated in this case is that those bilateral issues might also be, as the case of North Macedonia and Bulgaria, which then comes to affect the entire region, which for many reasons, many people in other countries, does it make sense or not? So do you think this regional treatment of the Western Balkans makes sense in the region that we live in? And will it be a barrier, or there might come a time, there will be a time where it becomes actually maybe an incentive for some more front runners to attract also the low runners together with them?
You saved the difficult question for the end,
Yeah.
at least for me, because I've always had the dilemma, what is the best approach for the Western Balkans 6? So two approaches, Big Bang, we all go together or not, or regatta. Official policy is regatta. Everybody is competing like the sailboats, and who goes first. But the EU itself, at some point of time, shifted into some sort of middle process, which I call the couples.
Typical EU.
Weird couples. So in the beginning it was Serbia and Montenegro which started negotiation. Albania and North Macedonia, weirdest couple because they started at very different time. And very desperate couple, Kosovo and Bosnia, because they have a lot of problems. So these couples approach, this destroyed many processes. That's why the dilemma. So if we are not going for the Big Bang, in terms of strategy, Big Bang is very attractive, that you make one decision, not 6. And you go and you use one of these momentums, like there's a war. You think, okay, I must act geostrategically. But Big Bang sometimes is at the cost of merit. And that's why regatta, on the other side, it's not so fast, it's not so strategic, but really points to merit. You have to do all the homework, all the reform, and then you are the front runner. So, I mean, it is always a dilemma. How do you go? Do you go with the Big Bang, fast, strategic, or you want to concentrate on making this process really valuable for the country, so that in the end you say, I just did not enter this club to become member, but because I am better now. I have the rule of law in place, I have the basic human rights and of all the opportunities. That's why this then determines how you think about the region. Our region, we are small countries, so it is very naturally to think of us as a region, but we do have a lot of differences, not just bilateral disputes, but also structural big things. I was talking with Adi now before starting how our energy markets are. In Albania, we are a bit blessed that we are a bit more green than the others, let's say, that have different kind of energy systems. But we have to understand why others think of us as a region, because otherwise we are too small. They need to think of us as a region in order to make sense geographically and population-wise. And I do recognize some of the achievements of the regional cooperation process. I mean, it is embedded in the conditionality, we have to do it, but it's also good for us that we are doing it. I do recognize some of the potential on regional cooperation to build trust, to create bridges. I like the approach of those projects and those initiatives that do people-to-people contact. So even sometimes it does feel like pushed on first from top down and not really bottom up. I think there have been some achievements, plus some more pragmatic things that you have heard about, which are sort of minor, roaming and everything else, but it's okay, they are good steps. It's better than another thing. So I'd like to continue to think of regional cooperation as something that is worth investing in, with all the problems that might be around it.
Just, I was, there's, whenever you are witnessing closed-door meetings between Western Balkans politicians and the EU politicians, you always encounter a situation in which one of the Western Balkans politicians wants to sound smart, and then he points fingers at the EU to kind of say, you know, there are double standards or something like that. So one of the things which I encountered was one of the Western Balkans politicians saying, you know, there's Bulgaria and Romania, there's a Danube, which I don't know, 800 kilometers, but there are only 2 bridges. Did you force them to engage in regional cooperation before joining the EU, or just let them in? And the answer from the EU side was actually quite smart. He said, well, the last time the 2 countries were at war was, you know, the generation of politicians doesn't remember. So for you, it's important because you were at war. And then recently, when Ukraine got its opinion on its application for EU membership, actually it was a Bosnian politician who then had a big question in the Chatham House rules-based room. He said, "Oh, I read the opinion on Ukraine and Moldova, and you know what I'm missing? I'm missing regional cooperation and reconciliation with Russia, you know." And then, you know, you're forcing us to cooperate, etc. And then the answer from the EU side, yes, but you know, Ukraine and Moldova are not at war with democracy. They're at war with, you know, and U6 claim at least to be democracy. So regional cooperation is about democracy and peace, I think, and that's why we are pushed into this. I personally do not see Western Balkans. I was recently at the NATO conference, and an official from NATO kept on saying Western Balkans region. We need to work with Western Balkans region. And then after he finished, I took the stand and I asked him, like, what is the Western Balkans region for you, you know? It was like, well, 3 countries, Kosovo, Serbia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, you know? And that's you know, for him, Western Balkans is something completely different than what the EU is. So from my point of view, or at least what we've argued, after the Ukraine invasion, after Sweden and Finland applied for NATO membership, that we need to do, you know, if 2 EU member states can become NATO members, then 3 NATO members should be allowed to become EU member states. And I think if the EU would be brave enough, but at the moment it's not, to say, you know, our priority is 3 NATO members. They're our allies. They're working with us on foreign policy. They're working with us on security. They've really suffered because of the support. They've invested a lot to support Ukraine. Let's offer them and show to the others that are not part of the NATO why we are good towards our allies. At the moment, you know, the biggest price is paid by North Macedonia, while it's getting from the EU side the least attention for being a NATO member.
No. Thanks a lot. And with that, I'd like to maybe cut my question short and leave some room for our audience. So I'm gonna, the live stream people will hate me, but I'll spread these mics to both sides. Maybe you can present yourself.
Yeah. So should I start or? Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Fatlinda, very happy to be here. I'm from Kosovo. I have 2 questions regarding the situation of Kosovo right now. You mentioned the case of North Macedonia, and if I can say the sacrifices that they make to be part of this club that you mentioned. And we also in Kosovo as citizens, if I can speak on that terms, is that we feel like that little boy or that little girl that does all the homeworks and still somehow gets punished and doesn't get what it deserves. So what do you think in this case Kosovo should focus right now? And also Albania is a very important, crucial partner for Kosovo in the EU integration. How do you think Albania should support Kosovo more in this process? Thank you. It's both of them, but I'm curious about Ms. Alba to hear about her perspective.
I should be very careful now with my answers. I do recognize that there is in Kosovo, let's speak about the recent events. There is a strong feeling of asymmetrical treatment, that the EU is behaving with 2 standards towards Kosovo and Serbia. The good thing is that also within the EU there is starting to be some recognition of that fact. It is actually part of the credibility of the EU to be a fair arbiter in this regard, and it has often failed to be so. My hopes are for the next round of dialogue with different arbiters. I think the current people who are in charge of the dialogue have not reached an achievement, to speak with moderate terms. And I'm waiting for different people to mediate this dialogue because it is obvious that it has failed. And with the recent situation, completely rethinking of this is needed, and the people who have done this so far cannot rethink, because I think they have spent all their creativity, if they had any in the first place. What can Albania do? Sometimes I have the feeling that Albania can keep its own place sometimes, just keep its own place without overreaching so much, because sometimes even when you help, you might create problems if you don't help respectfully. Albania does help Kosovo officially in all platforms. We should recognize this. There is no other agenda for Albania, despite problems that we might see in the political narrative. The official policy is that of support. But there should also be a recognition of the fact that how much you can reach and overreach, and to recognize that Kosovo has its own institutions and its own people that can do some of the work that you think you do better. But there will come a time when there will also be transfer of expertise, if there will be big gap between what we reach in the negotiation process or not. So then that might create a new opportunity to transfer expertise, how you go about the process, but this is more technical. How do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I think at the moment the key is that, at least my perception from talking to diplomats in the EU, is that at least what Prime Minister Kurti and the government in Pristina were telling to the EU and the US in the past, let's say 8-ish months, 10 months, and they got as a feedback from the EU and the US that they were completely wrong and misleading, etc., etc., that in the hindsight, increasingly EU and the US are thinking that maybe they were right. And I think over the next couple of months we will see if that will then result in the change of policy inside the Kosovo-Serbia dialogue. When it comes to what to do on the EU, without EU wanting to move forward, to forward the application for EU membership and start the opinion process, nothing will happen. So Kosovo can't do much there. But I think on the field of becoming a member of the Council of Europe or progressing on some other aspect, it's possible, and it would be beneficial not just for majority of Kosovo citizens, but also for its minorities like Serbs and other minorities.
No, thank you to both of you. And before going to maybe the next round of questions, just to present to you again Mr. Adri Nurelari, which is a political activist and researcher. Thank you, Adri, for joining us with all the hardships that I heard
I'm terribly sorry. I had a car failure on the way, and I had to deviate and get a public bus, which was something like in between a snail and a turtle. It's like it was defying the theory of relativity. If it would have gone slower, it would have gone backwards. It was very slow, so I'm terribly sorry.
Yes, just to maybe remind the question and to repeat the question. What we were discussing, a question from our audience was basically there is a growing skepticism of the EU being the right framework of how the dialogue with Serbia and Kosovo actually works now. So I know you have a lot of experience in Kosovo too, so I guess you're really right person to talk about this. So how do you approach to this to this thing actually?
Well, the thing is, it just so happens that on both sides are right, but this is not a normative issue. Who's right and who's good and who's bad and who's nice. This is geopolitics, hardcore geopolitics, especially when we're talking about security. So regardless of the ethical and the rightful reasons for resentment on the side of the Kosovo government towards the European Union, I mean, we know that the reason why we have Lajčák, a former minister of foreign affairs of a non-recognizing country, running the negotiations appointed by Merkel is basically an investment in statu quo. So there was for a long period of time, in my opinion, an investment in statu quo by the European Union, which was fine and perfect for the local elites. Because local elites, running elites, do not want a faster European integration. Because more European integration means more rule of law, more democracy, and more international pressure. I mean, if you see Bulgaria, for instance, the only time when we had Borisov facing charges was through a European court. Otherwise, if it were for the Bulgarian courts, he would be untouchable. The reason why I pointed out is that, yes, it's true, and we have lots of reasons to be resentful and claim more as Kosovo towards the European Union. But having said that, I mean, it doesn't mean that Kosovo shouldn't do more on its own. And the problem has been that the current government has not shown to the international partners the necessary willingness, honest, sincere willingness to run a dialogue. If I may remind you of the first rounds of the dialogue, of the highest level possible, were used by Kurti as a show for more votes. In the very first round, he came up with 6 unheard of premises and requests and conditions. Just to give you an idea of how weird they were, one of them basically demanded the creation of a new organization that would be called something like a South European Free Trade Agreement. CEFTA, exactly. Copying or imitating European Free Trade Agreement of Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Switzerland, and so on. And it's really weird. I mean, why would you do that? And also the audacity. I mean, you basically say to the European Union, I'm not going to the European Union run facilitated negotiations if Kosovo, Albania, Macedonia, and Montenegro don't change their paradigm of European integration. And the same went in the second round. The second round was even worse. I mean, it was really bad. Kurti, instead of running dialogue, he went with 3 books untranslated in Albanian, and books about crimes done to Albanians in the past. And he threw it to the present ones, and he said, like, read Albanian history. Of course, that got him votes and applauses back home, but that was really weird towards the partners. I mean, and so basically, yes, we have reasons to, and I just checked that actually Serbia is the second country of destination of European aid, actually, when it comes to all aid provided by the European Union. So of course we think that there's some sort of appeasement going on towards Serbia, but on the other hand, the current government has been very dishonest when it comes to the commitment for a dialogue. And that's understandable because the current government came to power by calling sellouts and traitors those who ran the dialogue beforehand. So that's why we stuck in this status quo, where we have local elites who are comfortable with the status quo, and also the European Union, which for a long period of time has been comfortable of keeping things as they were.
Maybe as a follow-up to you, and then going back to the public, we talked a bit before on how attractive the EU integration can be for these countries to solve such issues, and not only the Kosovo and Serbia case, but all the other Western Balkan states. But then, in this particular case, do you think this promise and this path of EU integration as the right framework of solving this issue is it attractive enough or not? And if not, then what hope there is still for this?
I fully concur with what you're saying. And the thing is, the European Union is a Nobel Peace Laureate in 2012. Yeah. And the reason why is because it's the most successful peace project ever reached in a continent that was the cause of most conflicts of the world. Yeah. So, and it started as a, I don't want to go into lecture of functionalism and neo-functionalism and how it started as a process to make conflict unthinkable in between countries that would be so integrated. So basically, I don't think we have a plan B. And I don't think we especially the Western Balkans, we see democracy, just to give you an idea, we see democracy, I actually drove today. I'm coming from Vienna, and I had a stop in Budapest. And over there they have a parliament of 1,000 years old, parliament. And of course, today it's also the 67th anniversary of the Hungarian Revolution of 1956. So if we have democracy sliding back in countries like Hungary, with such a immense history of democracy and advanced cultural mentality to the extent of going into revolution against the Soviets for the sake of freedom, democracy. And even they are sliding back, let alone us. We don't have a history, we don't have a tradition. So this is one more reason why I believe that we don't have a plan B, we don't have an alternative, and that we are, for us, the European Union is detrimental, it's decisive, it's indispensable. We on our own are not capable for a short period of time to build a solid democracy. I'm sorry to say, it might sound cultural determinism, but have a look at Greece, what's going on in Greece. I mean, you have a country where you don't have real laicity. You have a country where, you know, where democracy is so shaky that you can easily be run out by a populist, extremist party like Syriza. Or you could have votes. So, and we're talking about a country that has been benefiting from huge EU support, assistance, money, and so on. So even the Greeks have problems when it comes to maintaining a solid democracy without the European Union, let alone us. So for us, whoever thinks, in my opinion, whoever thinks that we are, especially with the recent emerging sovereignist discourse in several countries of ours, this discourse is not anything to do, it hasn't anything to do with sovereignism. To be frank, it only has to do with maintaining the status quo and benefiting the current corrupt plutocracy. In most countries, in all countries, in the Western Balkans. So whoever talks about sovereignism and the fact that we don't need the EU because we can build a democracy on our own, to be very honest, what they're doing is they are just legitimizing the existing, kleptocracy status quo. Because to be frank, the only leverage and the only and the most important, basically, if not the only, factor for reforms towards rule of law and democracy and human rights and minority rights that is going on is the EU. It is not the local population nor the local elites. And unfortunately, because of the fatigue, it just so happens that we don't have what the other countries had because we're facing such a huge waves of immigration. That the pressure that would be supposed to be putting on pressure from bottom up to the elites doesn't exist because we have a safety valve called immigration. So that makes Brussels even more important because of this massive immigration, which in other countries did not exist, in other periods of development did not exist. Then for us, for the sake of democracy and rule of law and human and minority rights, then EU becomes even more important.
You want to intervene?
I apologize, but I'm going to have to let you enjoy Adli, the newcomer now, and my friend, and I enjoyed the conversation.
Thank
I
you.
had to travel, so.
Thank you for joining us. We'll just take a couple more questions. So I know we do have some requests for questions. So who has the mic? Maybe on this side, because we got one from here. So.
Hi, this is Alberto. I come from a nation, Italy, that is among the founding members of EU, and in the recent year we have seen a lot of anti-EU movement, to my surprise. And I gotta admit, I am pretty much ignorant on this region, so thank you a lot for all the helpful and insights on it today. My question is mostly, what is the feeling of the population regarding the EU integration? Because, for example, if you ask Italians these days, you'd be surprised to hear many no to rather than yeses. So I was more curious. It's a lot of benefits, and I do agree that there's a lot of benefits, but it's mostly how the population sees it. And the question is for the panels, including Clyde. So I'd like your answer as well.
Thanks a lot. We take one more question, so we go in double. Okay, you have the mic? This side, yeah.
Oh, you're taking
the mic.
No, go here and then we go here.
Good evening. First of all, my name is Srđan. I come from Serbia, and I'm speaking on behalf of the young European ambassadors who are represented here. So my question is basically a follow-up on what you were saying, Adi, first of all, here, but also Adri when he came. Why do you believe that it's the only alternative, basically, that the region has and each individual participating of the Western Balkan 6 that the only alternative is basically the membership in the European Union. You mentioned that there are certain problems within the EU itself, and then that there are talks about the reform of the EU. The promises that are constantly being prolonged for the region are never being kept, and disappointment and the support of the general population is becoming lower, especially in Serbia, as you are familiar with. Why aren't the alternatives, for example, the single market that you talked about, or the European Economic Area, or the deeper integration within the European political community, because those are all different modalities maybe that would be acceptable for the region if we as a result have a cooperation between the regional actors, as well as the benefits for the individual citizens, because in the end I think that is the most important, and the political decision basically is again on the citizens to decide if they want to become a part of the political community such as the EU. Thank you.
You want to split the questions, or?
Maybe you start, because I've been talking if you want.
No, that's true actually, and I just read on the news today that only 38% of the Serbs nowadays want EU membership, and that's compared to 58% who have a positive opinion on Russia, and 40% that have a positive opinion on China, and only 11% on the US. So that's a real danger in my opinion. And I mean, Albania and Kosovo are the two countries which are the most pro-European. I think it surpasses every year more than 90 to 93%. And then it changes. It goes slightly. It goes down in Macedonia and other countries. But Serbia is the only country where the percentage of people that are against the European Union is higher than that, which is in favor of the European Union. And I think that that's a big failure on the side of the European Union in a sense, because they have the funding and the sponsorship, and they have all these process of Europeanization, efforts of Europeanization that they're supposed to implement. And so in that sense, I think the recent tensions and the climate of conflict that has emerged in last year makes things even worse. Because what we learned from Ukraine is that, and also other countries, is like, you know, the word frozen conflict is a bit of a euphemism, because from so-called frozen it can erupt as a volcano. And I think one of the biggest major failures of the European Union is that it has never taken seriously the role of negotiator. And on that sense, it's a bit of a deja vu. So then I go back to Kosovo. I think that one of the reasons why we have this damaged reputation of the European Union, be it in Kosovo and the European Union, and Serbia, is that, you know, I don't think that the European Union has done a very decent job when it comes to, because we've seen and we always hear about sticks, but we haven't seen any carrots. And when we compare to the amount of funding that the so-called pigs, like Portugal, Ireland, Greece, and Spain has received in proportion to the population, and what we received peanuts. I mean, and like, for example, we had like a couple of days ago here a summit with you know, the heads of the European Union. Lots of talking, but no funds committed. I mean, when I was working for Hamza Taci, when he was Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs in Kosovo, and we were preparing the agenda for the Western Balkan 6 and the Berlin process, and we were at the time welcoming Ivica Dačić, who was at the time Minister of Foreign Affairs. Then we had lots of solid we were working technically on the so-called highway in between Pristina and Niš. And it's like I drove that trajectory today, actually. And it's a nightmare. It's really bad on both sides. And we're talking about a plan that we've done on technical level as advisors of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs in 2016. And so by now you should have finished, I mean, if that process was real. So to go back to the earlier question is that I think that we have, because the European Union has been so much overtaken by its own problems, they have neglected the commitments that they've made to the Western Balkans. And they were reminded of only when the war of Ukraine exploded, and suddenly they decided to make a EU Western Balkan summit in Albania last year, and speed up the process of integration for several countries, including Moldova, Bosnia, Ukraine, and opened up negotiations for Albania and Macedonia. So, and this is bad because it shows that we can, with the European Union, really commits and resources only when there's a conflict. It's a bit of a blackmailing, strange situation when the only way you can get from European Union enough attention and support is when you threaten stability. So this is like, this is very damaging, I think, and I think that on this side we need to require from, and we need to put pressure on for a different paradigm on the European Union, on how they operate and how they, how they think of the Western Balkans and how they run things here. Because it's like we shouldn't have to go on the news for a possible conflict in North Kosovo to get international attention from the bureaucrats of the European Union, whose job has been for a long period of time, to run projects and to push the Europeanization process ahead, regardless of the threat of conflict. And because this is because what's happening now is that we are not receiving anything compared to what other countries received when they were in our stage of European integration. I mean, if you compare, let's say, the support in all forms that Albania or Serbia or Kosovo is getting now to what was the Visegrad group getting, or to what was Greece and Spain and Portugal getting, I mean, you cannot compare it. I mean, in per capita, you just can't compare it. And we're talking about 7-8 folds. It's not just like 20 or 30% less. It's like, 8 times, 9 times less money, less support, less assistance, less funds. And so basically, and that was going on with countries that had already a higher level of development. I mean, the Visegrad countries, I mean, if you like, because I studied European integration when the Thessaloniki summit took place. That's like 40 kilos ago, actually. That's a long time ago. and actually, and we were at the time enthusiastic. Like, I was studying European politics. I was doing my master's, and we were all enthusiastic that, okay, we will see the same level of support that Greece and Spain and Portugal got when they were in our similar stages of development. Although they were never as poor as we were. Like, what I'm saying is that basically, I mean, when the process started and or when the Berlin Wall fell, the average per capita income of a Central European, like from Czech Republic or Slovakia, was about 40 or 50% of the European Union, or the European Community, as they called it at the time. Ours is like 20%. So basically, and we don't have the experience that I mentioned earlier. We don't have the history that I mentioned earlier. So basically, we are much poorer and far less experienced than the Visegrad group or the Southern European countries when they democratized 4 decades or 5 decades ago. And yet we're getting far less money in per capita. So basically one of the problems I see, actually, and I think, is that the role that the European Union is supposed to be playing is so unfair compared to what other countries have benefited in our current stages of European integration. So I think that's one of the major problems. And we can blame our local elites for not doing enough, but to be frank, I mean, it's not like Greece suddenly became democratic 6 years after the tanks went into the students' dorm of the colonel. I mean, when the colonel clique came to power. So it's not like they suddenly, you know, in a few years they became very democratic in Portugal after Salazar or Spain after Franco. But there was a major willingness to incorporate these big countries, which are very big countries, I mean, compared to our countries, and to pour money on them. And we don't see that willingness now. So it's like, and so basically this is the major problem, I think. I think the European Union has not taken into consideration the shortcomings of a delayed process. Because we will get into the European Union. The thing is, will we get our countries with us? Because we're already emigrating. We're emigrating massively. I mean, if you look at the numbers, especially Albanians, it's crazy. It's like 3% of the population every year leaving towards the European Union.
No, thank you, Adri, and to pass to you, Adi, maybe the similar question, but to build a bit on what was mentioned. So, this public perception and the thing you get when you talk to these EU people all the time is that they all bring this Eurobarometer and the Balkan barometer, and they claim in most of the countries except Serbia, most probably, like these high figures of support on EU integration, but then they neglect mentioning that this support has been on a downfall trajectory. It's not where it was 10 years ago, not even 5 years ago, etc. And what I mean, as a question to you, but also as a reflection point, I guess, for all of us, is if you see the Visegrad and the big bank countries, in 14, 13 years, they managed to do this process with some high levels of support, but with the support and public perception, there is also a factor which is neglect, which is time. And I mean, with time passing, even the same process stands the same, and the EU claims the process is quite fair and competitive, and this conditionality, carrots and sticks. So they didn't revise the process, but they claim to have the same results when the time has been much longer. So we're 25 years now since Saloniki. So maybe reflect a bit on this, how time plays a role also in public perceptions.
Well, I think that citizens and the public in the Western Balkans is in general very cynical about the EU and very skeptical about the EU. I don't know if you've noticed the debates about Ukraine and if you've had a chance to speak to someone from Ukraine, but they're very enthusiastic about the EU accession process. They're going to become member, they're very fast, you know, and my colleagues as well working on the EU enlargement process in the region, they're very cynical about it, you know, wait for a couple of years when you're in our shoes, you know, when they start to disappoint you, then come to us and tell us. So I would say in general, we're very cynical about, you know, Scholz saying, you know, we need to accelerate the EU accession process. I think even I laugh to it because I know, you know, in practical terms, German policy towards EU enlargement hasn't changed much, you know, towards the Western Balkans. So we're very cynical, very skeptical about the EU, but at the same time, if there would really be a question to citizens, do you want to join tomorrow, reformed and changed? I think that the overwhelming answer would be yes, because, and that's the answer maybe to Srdjan, I think your name was Srdjan, to you. I remember when Ukraine started, the EU officials started saying, you know, this is the first war on European soil after the Second World War, and we from the Balkans were like, oh no, that's so unfair. There was Bosnia, there was Kosovo, there were, you know, so many other wars, but at the same time, we are also ignorant to what was happening in Europe while we were in the post-war period. Because I would argue there were three groups of countries in European continent since 1990s. There was the first group, which was member of the EU, European Community, rightfully noted, or members of the single market, Norway, Iceland, etc., that basically since 1990 not only enjoyed prosperity and peace, but managed to build on that prosperity, even more prosperity. There was a second group which was offered to join the club. Those are the 10 plus 2 plus 1. They've offered to join, they've joined, they've managed to bridge the gap, catch up with the prosperity, and they've enjoyed peace. And there's then rest of Europe, which was actually not offered the same chance if we talk about Ukraine, if we talk about Georgia, Azerbaijan, if we talk also about Turkey, which officially was part of the process but was not. And you will see everywhere instability, on the brink of war, on the brink of conflict. Some, like Turkey, managed to economically maybe a bit catch up, but then crumble underneath unresolved institutional issues, policy issues, etc. And then there's us, which are actually exceptions from all the three groups, which we were kind of offered, but we were not really offered. So For example, why is it important? You know, if you go back to the EU dialogue, and you rightfully pointed out the period of the time when things were happening, the reason was not because only Taci and Dacic communicated well, or communicated, let's not say well, but managed to communicate between each other, but because there was a dialogue between Brussels and Belgrade and Brussels and Pristina as well. So Serbia was offered to get a candidate status, Serbia was offered to start accession talks, Serbia was offered to do, Serbian leadership of that time, SNS and Aleksandar Vučić, were offered to be recognized as European political force. They were offered to join the European People's Party. They were offered access to Konrad Adenauer Foundation, to Berlin, to give speeches, to everything. In order to get that, we've got on the Kosovo side, you know, integration of not just North Kosovo Serbs, but also from the south, in the judiciary, in police forces, in we got border crossings. You can call them border, you know, border or administrative checkpoints, however. But you know, you got the consolidation and integration of Serbs in the Kosovo institutions, with their hope that their management of life in Kosovo will be based on some kind of a European solution or European instrument for their self-management. When that disappeared, when people realized that, you know, the dialogue between Belgrade and Brussels, and dialogue between Pristina and Brussels, which was also SAA, Stabilization and Association Agreement, visa liberalization process, got stuck, that's when the things started crumble. So if we talk about why EU is needed, from my point of view, is because if we want to move faster, if we want to consolidate faster, if we want to escape this third group of countries, which now are, you know, pointed to us. Look at Azerbaijan, 100,000 people within a couple of days moved to different sides. Look what's happening in Israel, with on one side in Israel, on the other side what's happening in Gaza. If you look at, you know, what's happening in Ukraine, that's the reality that we're looking at, and I don't want us to go there. I want us to turn to something completely different.
Thanks a lot. We'll have room for like one round of question. Last one. I remember you had a question.
Okay, so this will be very brief, because you've mentioned several times with the previously present colleague as well, my country, North Macedonia. So I'm representing the Macedonian United Nations Association, and I'm a student of international relations and diplomacy. So simultaneously, my question would be more, so someone from the audience referenced a story with a child. So basically our country can be nowadays described as practically, you know, just taking the reference a child being promised a candy and not, so practically someone not giving it to them. And then this story evolving further. So basically, pretty much, it's an example of broken promises, I would say. And this has especially been the case ever since the European Union introduced the component of having a bilateral issue within the negotiating framework. And this has been done so, as you know, with the prominent and well-known non-paper. And so there has been, this hasn't been the only non-paper introduced, and I'm referring to the Prague non-paper as an alternative, and this you may also know, to introduce this phasal integration of the Western Balkan countries, which I personally believe would not be the best alternative. But then again, our EU ambassador to North Macedonia stated that we would be a potential EU member by 2030. And now my question is, with everything going on right now currently in the world, with all these turmoils, and if these broken promises keep on being consistent up until then, would this damage the resilience, not just the Macedonian state's resilience, as we all know that the Western Balkans have a very sensitive security architecture in this sense. So that would be my first question. And very briefly as a second question, since this summer, actually, your Prime Minister, he pointed out, and I quote, that the Open Balkan fulfilled its mission, and now it's time to focus on the Berlin process. And as you know, North Macedonia has been a companion of this well-established project. So how would you, in your point of view, how would you describe this as, since this was a complementary process to the European integration, and the European integration being a process of democratization? So how would you, what would be your perspective on this? Thanks.
One time I tried to avoid the open Balkans, you didn't allow. I'm joking. We take one last question from this side and go ahead.
Yeah, hello guys. My name is Boris. I'm from Bosnia. Ciao Adnane. This question is actually for you. I've heard a sentence that you said and it kind of rang in my head and I wanted to ask you why. And it's regarding Bosnia and it's regarding Milorad Dodik. You said that it's wrong from the EU, short-sighted or short-minded, not to quote you, that the EU is punishing Milorad Dodik, like it should be a part of a bigger global plan on how they interact with Bosnia and regarding, joining the EU. Don't you really think that that is the opposite way? Why should the EU challenge Bosnia or punish Bosnia for something that one guy is doing? The new government in Bosnia and Herzegovina is fighting very, very hard to prove the reality of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is that there are no three peoples, ethnic groups, who are fighting. No, there is only one guy who is an ultra-nationalist trying to proceed his secessionist politics. That is the only deal that's happening in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So why should we all suffer because one guy who will eventually go away, he is currently at this moment, in my presumption and presumption of other diplomats, a guy who is standing between Bosnia and Herzegovina and the actual European Union. And I believe that one day a time will come in the EU when a politician will emerge who will be pro-Russian, who will be supported by Russia, who will be financed even by Russia. Are you going to use the same approach on them? Are you going to take that individual and take it out of the system, or are you going to, take the whole country? For example, I'm just going to go blank and say, I don't know, President of Czech Republic becomes, pro-Russian for some reason. Are we going to punish the Czech Republic, or are we going to do something about that guy?
It's up to you.
No, I think then I expressed myself not clearly enough, because my point was exactly that. I think if the EU wants to have a decent policy towards the Western Balkans, and in particular towards Bosnia and Herzegovina, then it shouldn't be basing its policy on what the reaction or what the intentions of Dodik alone are, but should think about how to offer the country as a whole a perspective and opportunity to get part of it. So what I argue at the moment is that they should start the accession talks with with Bosnia and Herzegovina, not with Milorad Dodik, despite what Milorad Dodik is doing and despite what his actions are. Because I think if we learn something from North Macedonia experience is if we wait, if we give in to those who have veto possibilities, those who have blocking mechanisms, then not only that we will weaken the EU and pro-reform forces, but we will strengthen even further those who are anti-EU and anti-reform. And I think what Troika is doing at the moment, we can discuss internally this appointment, this policy, that policy, but if you look at it at a bigger scale, Troika in Bosnia and Herzegovina at the moment is trying an impossible situation to do what Zoran Zaev was doing in 2017 together with his, I don't know who of you, maybe someone here supports DUI in North Macedonia, but DUI is a light but comparable version of what Troika partners at the moment in the government are. When it comes to North Macedonia, I think EU made a mistake for not having an offer for Zoran Zaev and the people around him at that time to move forward on the reforms that matter for the citizens and businesses in North Macedonia. What they offered was years and energy spent on changing the name, years and energy spent on pleasing Bulgarian national identity or emotions that, you know, that now we will see will not only fade away, but will become even bigger and even more thirsty for something extra. If you talk to Nikola Dimitrov, former foreign minister, foreign Europe minister, in public, he will tell you most of the time he spent during his times as a minister was on negotiating with this country about the name, with that, you know, these things. When it comes to the EU reforms, he didn't have time to deal with that. And that's visible in the European Commission reports. If you look at the 33 chapters, the European Commission assesses the level of preparedness of a country to join the EU. What you will notice is that since 2017, North Macedonia has actually not improved on a single of the 33 chapters in the level of preparedness for the EU membership. Same is the case for Serbia, same is the case for many other countries except for Albania, and only slightly partly for Montenegro. So, EU needs a policy that offers that. When we talk about alternatives or the proposals, for me that's the key. Is the proposal that's on the table as an alternative, as a short-term goal, as interim goal, going to address 33 chapters, going to address issues that are important for citizens? If it's not, thank you very much. Give me another proposal. At the moment, what's being discussed, especially in Berlin, I have to tell you, it's not that. It's not about 33 chapters. It's about giving a bit more money. It's about giving a perception that you're part of the club, but you're not part of the club. And it's about let's keep the stability, something that was mentioned by the colleague at the beginning. And that's what frustrates me at the moment as a think tank.
Andre?
That's the thing, actually. The way the European Union is going is like, okay, you will get this, but you have to jump here, right? And whereas it is not has been the case in the past. I mean, if you see the level of intervention of the European Union in internal politics, even with the Visegrad Group, I mean, what happened with Slovakia or Austria, I mean, in the 90s, it's like was very, aggressive, because they took care, they took it seriously. So they intervened to the level of asking for, changes in local leadership of these countries. And whereas now the attitude is, okay, you will get this if you manage to reach up to here. So it's more like, it's like providing targets, and it's far more distance process than what you call coaching or mentoring, where basically the idea is, we help you get there, right? So that's what a coach does, it doesn't just sort of, it's a distance relationship. I mean, a coach helps you reach targets. They're more behaving like referees. Like, they measure the time. Okay, if you're here, then we will give you this. I'm making it sound very vulgar, but this is how it goes now. So it's like, okay, we cannot get there. That's why we need this aid. It's like, and it's not just a matter of willingness. It's like real capacities, and it's also, I mean, internal, of course, obviously, electoral politics and so on. But this is what we're lacking now. I mean, we're lacking in my opinion, the babysitting that Greece got in the past, or the Visegrad groups got in the past, to help them, stand up on their feet and become fully fledged democracies, and functioning market economies with established rule of law and protection of human rights and minority rights. Because like the way it's going now, it is not, it doesn't have an effect. I mean, it's like, if you see the chapters that Montenegro and Serbia have completed, it's ridiculous. I mean, with this, with this pace, it's going to take more decades to come to get a proper member. And the thing is, I mean, the European Union is like, we're like an island in the European Union. We are surrounded by EU member countries. So it's not like, they can ignore us. I mean, they did that with the Caucasian republics, and look what happened. But for us, I mean, it's like, we are right in the middle, like we are like an internal garden. If things are messy in this garden, then they will bear effects and impact right away, because we're like inside. We have EU members on all, all corners of our borders. And the reason why I mention that is that this European integration has to be taken more seriously, and it's like, if they manage to get countries, big countries with vast populations, like Spain and Poland, they could easily do it with us, Western Balkans, because when it comes to size, I mean, it's incomparable. And I think in some cases it will also benefit the European Union, because most of the Balkan countries have more EU enthusiasm than all members of the European Union. So it can even benefit them. So in a sense, what I think we should do actually is take advantage of the current circumstances and the fact that that the war in Ukraine brought about a different perspective when it comes to enlargement and relationship with a neighborhood, basically, or neighboring countries of the European Union, and demand more. And demand more from the European Union and change the perspective. Hopefully change the way things are run when it comes to enlargement and European integration of Western Balkans. And we saw it is feasible. It is possible. I mean, they basically granted the candidate status to Moldova without fulfilling any circumstances, any of the conditions, and with Albania, it dragged on for 4 years in an unprecedented way. Never has before a country applied for candidate status and refused 4 times. So we see that whenever there is a political will, there is a way, and we saw it. And now that the gate has been opened, we should try to keep it open and try to demand a different paradigm, a different form of running things. We cannot undo it. I mean, we saw that European Union, regardless of the fact that they had this fatigue and they had their own internal problems, we saw that whenever there was this sort of sense of alarmism that came because of the war, and they could change the gear. So they basically changed the gear. They went fast gears, and I think that we should lobby to keep it that way and get things faster, because with this phased attitude, you come here and then you'll get this reward, and you can get to this level as in a video game. Yeah. We were not getting very far. So this is my...
No, thank you, Adri. And before we conclude, because they will kick us out of this room, I'd like to close with to get your quote on my last question, but just with a sentence. So, I mean, we all agreed in our discussion that basically EU is a peace project for Europe. And since we're part of Europe, it means we're also part of this peace project to be fulfilled. So my question is, I mean, in this situation we are right now, with wars going on around us, you think the EU will become, go back to its roots, its moral and ideological and belief roots of a peace project, and become strategic enough with the Western Balkans and energize this process in a timely manner, or you think we're gonna lose hope again in a disappointment? So, but in a sentence, please.
We as a region have never been in the worst situation since 2002, and the opportunity for us to join in some way deeper integration into the EU has never been higher than it is at the moment. EU has managed to surprise us in reaction to Ukraine and what was happening there. Obviously, Russia wasn't expecting that. Obviously, some in the region were not expecting that. And my bet would be that the best bet we have is to hope that the things will, work as they should.
Thanks.
The most important thing that I can say is basically, because regardless of turbulent times and local populist elites that are, focus their electoral policies on ethnic politics, I think that what's important for the youth and for young activists is not to lose track of the main course. And I think that regardless of the ups and downs and difficulties of the European Union, I think we shouldn't get and feed the illusion that we have an alternative. We don't have an alternative. We're an island. We're there. We're stuck. I mean, and so so this is so basically what a youth activist like you can do is, because you have the energy, you have this fresh energy, is like keep the dream going on and actually put enough pressure and don't fall prey to political entrepreneurs who are feeding doubts on European integration and the European Union, because that's the only way they can maintain power, benefiting from a status quo. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing this situation now, is that we're facing this sliding back of democracy, and we're being run by semi-autocratic leaders in all countries.
No, thank you, Adrian. On that note, well, we have no other alternative, and at least there is hope to be hopeful on that. So on that note, I'd like to conclude this night all, which would be transformed very easily in a midnight all if we allow the panel to go on later on. So thank you all to be here, and thank you to you.